never lost confidence, even through some really tough times and some dark days. It's there to be had. So we haven't done anything yet. We've obviously, put together a really good road trip and off winning a series. So, we got to keep it going though. And we understand the importance of obviously all these games now to give us a chance to do something special, in a while.
When it comes to Stanton and these pinch hit situations, have you noticed something particular that's changed about his routine and what he's doing?
No, it's just it's in play now. He doesn't play every day. So, and he's mentally an animal. And he knows that that's part of his game now, is to be available for big at-bats off a bench. In the past, when you guys would talk about, well, he's never got a hit when he's pinch hit. Well, he was an everyday player, and he probably never did it, and it was a day off. Like now it's like he's getting ready for that big at-bat in a spot. And I think it's a player that's completely aware of who he is, how to prepare, how to get himself ready, and mentally so tough. So, you're seeing some results.
That's a nice snapshot right there. The difference between Giancarlo Stanton earlier in his career and earlier in his Yankee career and the Giancarlo Stanton who's 4 for 7 as a pinch hitter with a couple of home runs this year. Always mentally ready. Mentally an animal, according to Aaron Boone. Ready for that big at-bat, and that big at-bat tonight. 10th inning, right after the backbreaker. Fiducia, 2-run, double, 2 strikes. Bottom half of the 9th inning. Yankees a strike away from victory. All of a sudden, you're in the 10th. Giancarlo Stanton immediately gives him the lead. He's got 14 homers over his last 30 games, hitting .362 over that span. I also like Aaron Boone there. Another snapshot of where they are. It's there to be had. We haven't done anything yet. That's per Aaron Boone. But acknowledging everyone in that room, everyone in that clubhouse never lost faith amid all this tough stretch. And losing 5 in a row, 6 in a row at times. A 2-month stretch where they went 20-31. Now this group heading in the right direction. A perfect road trip, 5-0, out of a big 4 with Boston and a huge homestand starting tomorrow night. That's the subject of our post-game reaction. Think you have the post-game to make the post-game? Hit us up on X, Instagram, and Facebook, WFAN 660. Your take on all the action. Read the best post about tonight's game against Tampa Bay every game during Yankees post-game on The Fan. Josh on Instagram saying, great trip. Now need 3 out of 4 against Boston. We'll preview the pitching situation for that Red Sox series. Very interesting how it lines up. Yankees not only looking to continue this mojo that they've developed on the road, continue to build some separation in the wild card, hunt down Toronto, but a Red Sox team they've lost 5 out of 6 against this year. They got to get right against the Red Sox at home and defend Yankee Stadium this weekend. Preview that series in full on the way. Cam Schlittler, first Yankee rookie to go perfect through 6 innings in 59 years. 59 years since Fritz Peterson. Back July 4th, 1966. Heat Report presented by Chef IQ Sense. A cooking thermometer. It pairs with your phone, ensures you never over or undercook your chicken, fish, or meat again. Buy one at chefiq.com. Chandler Simpson broke up the perfect game, leading off the 7th inning with 2 strikes, base hit up the middle, and the bases were loaded. Schlittler did rack up a couple of Ks in that 7th inning, but also lost the feel a little bit. Couple of walks. Luke Weaver had to come in. That's Luke Weaver right there. Against Fiducia, who eventually tied the game in the 9th inning off Bednar, Weaver, fastball, blew him away into the 8th inning. Yankees had a 3-0 lead, had a 2-0 lead, then 3-0, then 3-1. Bednar gave it up, tie game at 3. Giancarlo Stanton picked him up. Another Stanton clutch home run. Backed up by Austin Wells, a multi-homer night. Trent Grisham, a multi-homer night. For every home run this season, Yankees Radio will donate $25 to Cars for Kids charity. We're donating. You can too. Donate your car, boat, or real estate at carsforkids.com. 5 more home runs for the Yankees tonight after 9 last night. Another 9 home run performance. So 14 over a 2-game span at Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, tying the 1999 Reds most in a 2-game span in big league history. Coming up, some help on the scoreboard. Hear from the rookie Cam Schlittler after a scintillating start. Yankees 6 and the Rays 4 in 10 on the Verizon Yankees postgame show. WFAN Yankees Radio.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and onto your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer's here, and your local Acme Market is stocked and ready with the freshest meats and produce. It's the perfect time to fire up the grill, take in a game, and find out why summer starts with Acme. This week at Acme, don't miss this digital deal. Get Nabisco Chips Ahoy cookies or Ritz crackers for $1.99 each. Unlock hundreds of deals and get more for your shopping with Acme for You. Visit acmemarkets.com/4U or download the Acme mobile app to sign up and save today.
Welcome back into the Verizon Yankees postgame show. Emmanuel Berbari with you. What a range of emotion tonight. Yankees sort of cruising. Cam Schlittler putting on a clinic. 3-1 lead. 9th inning. 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes. David Bednar, Hunter Fiducia 2-run double. Tied this game. But didn't have to wait long for a bailout. Giancarlo Stanton pinch hit. 2-run mammoth shot off Pete Fairbanks, the Rays closer. Gave the Yankees a lead. Stanton is in a different type of mode right now. A laser shot out to left, backed up by Austin Wells. Another no-doubter. 2 Wells no-doubters tonight. And the Yankees win it 6-4. Devin Williams bends, doesn't break, strikes out the side against the top of the order. With second and third, nobody out. Got himself into a little bit of a hairy situation. But Devin Williams, yeoman's work after that. Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout to put out the fire. Yankees win it 6-4 and complete a perfect 5-0 road trip. Hear from Cam Schlittler in a moment. The scoreboard brought to you by Optimum Fiber. Don't take slow for an answer. Thank you, Tommy Pham. A 2-run double in the first inning. That held up. The Pirates 2 and the Blue Jays 1. So the Yankees are only 3 back of Toronto in the loss column, looking to hunt them down for first place in the AL East. The Mariners suddenly struggling. Seattle was the hottest team in baseball, it seemed, right there with the Brewers. But they were crushed by the Phillies again. So the Yankees help in the wild card picture alongside the AL East. The Mariners ran into the Philadelphia offensive wrecking crew. 11-2 final. And I could just go through all of the runs, but Kyle Schwarber drove in 5 runs. Hit home run number 45. That's pretty much all you need to know. It happens every night. Phillies 11 and the Mariners 2. Yankees' next opponent, the arch rival Red Sox. They dropped 3 in a row, but off today. So they're enjoying a night in New York. Yankees flying back as soon as possible. They'll get in early in the morning. Quick bounce back home for 4 with the Boston Red Sox. A huge 4 games. But with this Yankee win and the idle Red Sox, it's 2 on the loss side. It's still 2 on the loss side. So the Yankees a game and a half clear. That's for second place and the top wild card spot. 2 in the all-important loss column. Cam Schlittler, courtesy of the Yes Network, 6 2/3 of 1 hit ball. Perfect through 6 tonight. 6 2/3 shutout. 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 95 pitches. How good was he? Not only the fastball, top and bottom of the zone, but the curveball was next level for the rookie Schlittler tonight. How was he so effective, so efficient?
Yeah, I think, what I've been working on the last 5 weeks or so is just like getting the fastball down, being able to, play with my off speed off that, and just get in the zone and get ahead and attack. So I think being able to do that just puts me in a position to help the team win.
You mentioned that fastball. It seemed like you went to primarily the fastball early on, especially first time through the order. Did you just have in your mind you were going to attack?
Yeah, I think the mistakes I've made in the past, just like getting to comfortable with the off speed early, not really making them hit the fastball first. So the goal is to make them hit my heater, and then once they do that, to move on to other things. But they didn't really do that, so I was just able to keep attacking with that and get ahead and get the strikeouts, be contact I'm looking for.
Are you realizing that you're perfect through 5, perfect through 6, until that Chandler single there in that 7th inning? When you start realizing that?
Yeah, I mean, you notice it, right? Again, I wasn't really thinking about it too much, but even when he got that hit, I didn't really care that much. Just again, trying to get focus on the next guy and whatever. But again, it's a good feeling. But the biggest thing is that we won, and I put the team in a position to win, and got past that 5-inning mark I was having trouble getting to in my last 6 starts.
How much more comfortable are you feeling now compared to just 6-7 starts ago when you first got up here?
Yeah, I think, again, like I've been working on a lot of things and, talking to a lot of guys, and they've been helping me through it. So, again, I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Don't want to get too comfortable, just, again, being a rookie, just trying to compete and learn as we go and, try to put the team in a spot to win.
Sorry, just to go back to it. So no added adrenaline going into that 7th inning?
No. Again, like, you notice it, you don't want to harp on it too much. The biggest thing is just getting ahead, getting outs, and, giving the relievers, a little bit of rest before we go into probably the biggest series of the year.
You always hear in the 6th, after 6-7 innings for a no-hitter perfect game, that teammates don't talk to the pitcher. When you're in the dugout there after the 6th, were people ignoring you, or was it regular?
Yeah, I mean, I walk in and I kind of just go in the tunnel and try and cool off a little bit. But yeah, no one brought it up. It's kind of how it goes. You just don't really want to talk about it. So, and again, it's not the goal isn't to go out there and throw a perfect game. The goal is to go out there and as a starter, go 6-7, try and get to 8 innings and put the team in a spot to win.
Did anything feel different with your curveball tonight?
I think that's a pitch that I've just been able to get feel more comfortably. Again, I faced a lot of heavy lefty lineups, so for me to get that feel with the curveball over the last couple of weeks, I've definitely seen and felt a little bit more comfortable with it again in the zone, and then starting to get the miss with the 2 off the fastball down.
You probably watched Stanton as a kid at time have some big season. What's it been like being his teammate, watching this show he's been putting on the last month or so?
Yeah, I mean, he's great. He's been a great player for a long time, and he's one of the best hitters in the game right now. So for him to be able to go up there and get that 2-run shot and put us ahead is just no surprise at all.
That is one cool customer, the rookie Cam Schlittler. The upside with the talent, it's always been there. But you watch him go through these outings, bend and never break. Tonight he didn't have to bend to break whatsoever. Outside of the 7th inning, when the perfect game was broken up, but saying no added adrenaline in the 6th inning and the 7th inning, knowing he had a perfect game. And Cam Schlittler, that was top of mind, clearly. Last time out against Minnesota, where he said he had to earn his way, he wanted to deserve the 6th inning. Well, this is how you do it. A performance like tonight, that's how you get into the 6th inning. The 7th inning, that was clearly top of mind. He mentioned it once again right there. Wanted to go deeper into a game. That's exactly what he did tonight. 6 2/3 of 1 hit ball and put the Yankees in position to win this thriller. 6-4 over the Rays. Road Ahead brought to you by Volvo Cars Ramsey. Winner the Volvo Excellence Award. Find the Volvo you want is easy at Volvo Cars Ramsey. Perfect 5-0 road trip. Now the Yankees have 4 big ones with the Boston Red Sox back home starting a homestand. And the probables, Luis Gil, Lucas Giolito. Nice matchup tomorrow. Max Fried looking to bounce back. Opposite Brian Bayo, who shut down the Yankees. Remember, middle of June, 7 innings of 2 hit ball. That's Friday. Saturday, Will Warren and Red Sox ace Garrett Crochet. Sunday, Carlos Rodon and the former Dodger, Dustin May. Those are the pitching probables for the weekend. Yankees and Red Sox rivalry weekend. Battle for that top wild card spot. 2nd place in the AL East, and the Yankees eyeing 1st place. That is the mantra. That's a motto in the Yankee clubhouse. They're only 3 back in the loss column of 1st place. Toronto 1-5 against the Red Sox this year. Make that right this weekend. Next game pitching matchup sponsored by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism. Next time you hit the road, plan your vacation at visitnj.org. So Luis Gil looking to build opposite Lucas Giolito. Last 12 starts, he's got an ERA of 2.34. Marquee pitching matchup in the series opener tomorrow night in the Bronx. Come back with our iconic moment, player of the game. Set you up for tomorrow night on the Verizon Yankees postgame show. Yankees exhilarating 6-4 win in 10 in Tampa. WFAN Yankees Radio.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lease a new 2025 K4 LXS for $219 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2025 K4 LXS 2.0-liter FWD IVT, $24,165 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end at $17,157.15. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year, excess wear, and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 9/2/25. Limited inventory available.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia, Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
At Provident Bank, your community is their priority. That's why they've been putting your needs first, day in and day out, for more than 185 years. Through their checking accounts with better rewards, their local lenders who are right in your neighborhood, and their online banking solution that's accessible 24/7. Provident is proud to be an official partner of the Yankees Radio Network because they're part of your team. Learn more at provident.bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
This is Anthony Volpe. Listen to every Yankees game on the Odyssey app.
This iconic moment in Yankees history sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today on July 1st, 2013. Andy Pettitte, strikeouts number 1956, 1957 in a Yankee uniform. At tied, then passed Whitey Ford. Most career strikeouts by a Yankee pitcher. Out of Andy Pettitte's 2,448 career strikeouts, 2,020 were as a Yankee, more than any pitcher in Yankees history. This iconic moment in the Yankees history, it's sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Our player of the game is Cam Schlittler, presented by Collars & Co., makers of the dress collar polo. Visit collarsandco.com. 6 2/3 of one hit ball, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts, 6 perfect innings. He carried a perfect game into the 7th. Put the Yankees in position to win this game. They did eventually in 10. Giancarlo Stanton, whoa. You can't say enough about Giancarlo Stanton, what he's doing for this team. The best stretch of his Yankee career, these last 30 games, with 14 home runs, hitting .362 over his last 30. Another pinch hit home run tonight, helping the Yankees to victory on top of all the other thunder up and down that Yankee lineup. Next in Game Time, brought to you by Nielsen Dodge. For the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, visit NielsenDodge.com and save today. The Nielsen way, next game tomorrow night, first of a big 4 with the Boston Red Sox over at the stadium. 7:15 first pitch, so we're on the air at 6:35 with our pregame coverage. Until then, for our producer, engineer in the booth, Matt Shortis, to your producer, Alex Azarm, and for Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Berbari saying so long. Once again, the final score, Yankees 6, Rays 4 in 10 innings, and a perfect 5-0 road trip for the New York Yankees on WFAN, Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio. safe. Get more with Geico.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,659 to its signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in cookware. Not surprising, since Made In is crafted by chefs for chefs and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at madeincookware.com.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's time for the Nissan End of Summer Sales Event.
The what now?
The Nissan End of Summer Sales Event.
End of summer?
Yes, Nissan End of Summer.
But I have so many more hot dogs to grill. It was just starting to get good.
Sales event. Here to help you keep your summer in gear.
That sounds interesting.
Test drive the best-selling Nissan Rogue with more standard power.
Cool.
The rugged Nissan Frontier with a standard V6.
Nice.
Or the adventure-ready Nissan Pathfinder or Nissan Murano.
I better hurry in.
To the Nissan End of Summer Sales Event and see why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands.
#1?
Yes, #1. Get 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, or Murano. For J.D. Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year for well-qualified buyers. Available from new dealer stock. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand finance. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/2/25.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth, and wait a minute, there's a flood in the dugout?
Who tried to fix the pipes with chewing gum and hope? Call Roto-Rooter. Stat.
Our phone only calls the bullpen.
Bring in the closer.
Time to shut down that leak and get out of this jam.
And boom, the pros from Roto-Rooter saved the game.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager. New Jersey and New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Oh, let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track.
Coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Devin Williams saved the day. It's true.
1-2, trying to get loud, trying to end this game. 6-4 Yankees, 2 on. Williams set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He got him! Struck him out! Game over! Victory for the New York Yankees! Devin Williams comes through!
Dave Sims is heard here on The Fan. Williams allowed the first 2 Rays batters of the 10th inning to reach before striking out 3 in a row. The Yanks win a memorable one, 6-4 over the Rays. Cam Schlittler retired the first 18 Rays he faced before his perfecto was broken up in the 7th. The bullpen then blew a 3-1 lead in the 9th before Giancarlo Stanton and Austin Wells homered in the 10th. That, by the way, makes 14 home runs in a 2-game series for the Yanks, tying a Major League record held by the 1999 Reds, who had a home run from one Aaron Boone during that stretch. The Yankees have won 5 in a row. The Mets' winning streak is over. Kodai Senga allowed 5 runs, 4 earned over 5+ innings. 5-4 Mets lose to Brad Lord and the Nationals. The Mets catch a break out of town with the Reds losing to the Angels 2-1, so the Mets remain 1 game ahead of the Reds for the final wildcard spot in the National League. The Jets beef up their defensive line. They acquire 2 defensive tackles, Harrison Phillips from the Vikings and Jawan Briggs from the Browns. In total, the Jets moved 3 6th-round picks and swapped 7th-rounders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's get it, New York City. I got 2 hours. Good morning, good morning. And in 10 hours from now, you'll hear me say that again. Keith McPherson on The Fan. This is KM already in the AM. And then I'll be filling in for BT and Sal on the midday. Look, all we want to do is sit down at night and watch our teams play good baseball. All we want to do is end the day with wins. And to the victors go the spoils, I usually say. So we'll start with the New York Yankees first. But I'm concerned about the let it happen Mets. And I'm not trolling the Mets. It's not a time to troll. It's just like an actual time to talk about some things that need to happen because we're running out of time. 888-808-1019. Let's start with the New York Yankees. Start with young Cam Schlittler. Killer Cam, killer Cam, Cam, killer. The last time I saw this guy pitch, I was in Yankee Stadium. I think he went like 86 pitches, 5 innings, and they were like no mas. It was his 6th start. I remember having conversations in the building about the kid, how he throws hard, how, you know, he's figuring some things out, how he's got this Garrett Cole look to him. He's poised. He's got command. He looks the part, right? It's not too big for him, this stage, this team, this part of the season, and, you know, how valuable it is to have a young guy like this. Mets fans, pay attention because this is where, you know, later I'm going to segue into what you got to start thinking about. David Stearns, what you got to possibly do. So, you know, Cam Schlittler being here is a product of Garrett Cole being out for the year, Clark Schmidt being out for the year, Ryan Yarbrough going down. Like, you don't have the arms. And I remember in the beginning of the season talking about how, you know, throughout the course of a season, you're going to need like 10 different starters. You're going to get a start from Marcus Stroman here and there. You're going to get a start from Carlos Carrasco here and there. And since the Yankees didn't trade for a starter, they're literally relying on 2 whole rookies. One, Will Warren, who's more experienced than Cam Schlittler. But then Cam Schlittler, who you literally just saw his 7th start tonight and his first time facing a team twice. And in our spring training facility, which he's very familiar with, he goes out there tonight. And I was hearing rumblings about the Yankees being bullies, the Yankees being just the Bronx Bombers hitting a lot of home runs off a team that can't pitch, and that tonight they would come out and just lay an egg. Tonight they would come out and they wouldn't be able to hit. But nobody was talking about what Cam Schlittler could potentially do. 888-808-1019. Even when the lineup came out today, you had to know Ben Rice was coming out. He got beat up behind the plate. You had to know that he was, gonna. I thought he might sit. No, he ends up going to first base. He took a beating, whatever. Austin Wells goes in. And can we give Austin Wells some love? I know he's the new whipping boy. I know we just want to say, this guy sucks. What Austin Wells? Get rid of Austin Wells. His at-bats are terrible. Ben Rice. We got this new shiny catcher in Ben Rice. We want to throw Austin Wells away. But, there was this article that came out where Austin Wells talks about, I'm good at this. I'm one of the better young catchers in the league. I got to get the quote together, but basically being a confident young man, saying that he's not taking this lying down. He's not taking this lightly that Ben Rice is getting more opportunities to catch than him because he's been struggling at the plate. When he came up, he was profiling as an offensive catcher, so much so that people thought he would play first base and not be able to catch in the league. Then he did the work to really work on his defense. And a night like tonight, he had it going with Cam Schlittler calling that game behind the plate. And then he had a 2-homer night. You love to see it. It's a long season, man. And I was just talking about how teams evolve through the season, how new players emerge after the deadline. We'll talk about Jose Caballero, Cabby 2.0. He's certified pest. He is all the way annoying, but in a good way for us, but also in a way that could have cost us tonight. But, when I was talking about how opening day, that lineup is never the same as the lineup on the first postseason game, ever. And how you have an opportunity to tweak and change your team all the way until October. And obviously the deadline's the last time you have to add new pieces. But what does that do to the clubhouse? What does that do to the energy? What does that do to the personality of the team? Teams hit rock bottom. I got people asking me, Keith, are you back on the ride? You back on the ride? I'm like, you know what? I'm trapped in the amusement park. Because as I'm sitting there tonight watching the game, telling you guys how I don't care, how I'm not living and dying with every pitch, of course I was. He was throwing a perfect game. I couldn't move. I was listening to the Met game, and I had strike zone and big inning up. If you guys know, strike zone is like red zone for MLB, and then big inning, they kind of cut. It's MLB Network's product. They cut in and out of games. And I'm like, I got to stay. I needed to shower. I needed to eat. But I'm like, I can't do anything to potentially screw this up. If you're a baseball fan, you're superstitious like that. And Cam Schlittler tonight took the ball and he said, you know what? I'm going to compete. They're not taking me out. And so much so, Boone let him go a little too long. But he said, you know what? They're not taking me out at 5 innings. I'm going to shove tonight. We need this game. It's on me. My feet are more than wet now. And man, he was perfect. He took us on a little bit of a ride, 12 up, 12 down, 15 down. And then, of course, Chandler Simpson gets him, but whatever, man. He was dealing tonight, locating that fastball, and his curveball is filthy. What do they call that? 12-6, like the straight drop on his curveball. Like, he was freezing those guys, man. And you love to see it. As much as people want to talk about the Yankees not developing pitching, not developing players, you got to feel great as a Yankee fan with what you're seeing out of Cam Schlittler and Will Warren in spots here. And, there's obviously other things to go through with this team. I mentioned Austin Wells and his 2 home runs, but how about Trent Grisham? You want to talk about having a prove-it year? Yesterday's price is not today's price. A bet on yourself year, and actually a year where you walk into that same facility down there in Tampa and you have a hamstring injury. You're a 4th outfielder, where I'm on the fan talking about, hey, why can't this guy play left field? Put Dominguez in center field. Why can't the 4th outfielder? Because he's a plus defender in center field, and he's bringing his bat this year. The bat we were looking for, the leadoff hitter we were looking for, we did not know we had that And Trent Grisham, 23 home runs. He starts that game off with a homer. So, like, if you were fearful of Drew Rasmussen, he cracks his ass the first thing. Like, it lets you relax a little bit. You're on the board, 1-0. You just feel good when you're sitting down after you eat dinner or once you get in the door and you set up to watch the game. Like, you feel good about, okay, this isn't going to be completely miserable tonight. And, the Yankees end up sweeping this road trip, which they absolutely had to do, going 7-1 against these lesser teams, right? Soft part of the schedule, handling their business. And so many guys played a part in it. So many different characters. You put Luke Weaver in the game for one. And Weavy Wonder's been good, but he gives up a bomb, whatever. And then you go to David Put him to Bednar. Most of us are thinking, hey, David Bednar, the Yankees closer, Bulldog, 1, 2, 3, he's going to mow him down, get it done. And you know what? I don't usually bring up George Steinbrenner's name, but they were playing at the Boss George M. Steinbrenner Field. And as that ball gets hit into the gap in right center, I'm thinking it's going out. The ball had been flying out of there the last 2 nights, 9 home runs. The night before, Grisham, Wells. And I had a feeling, I'm like, that game would have ended where if that home run is hit, that's a walk-off. And that's the last time that the Yankees play there for this first and hopefully last weird-ass year where Tampa doesn't have a ballpark and they got to play an Airbnb, our spring training home, that's named after George Steinbrenner. And I don't bring up George Steinbrenner's name, but I felt like George Steinbrenner, the ghost of George Steinbrenner, maybe he was just like, blew on that ball to keep that ball in. It hits off the wall. And I'm starting to tweet. I'm like, that ball stayed in so that you can win this game. That ball stayed. You need these games. You've been terrible against your division. You need these games. I think the Yankees now are 16-19 against their division. And when you look at this 2-game set, taking those 2 games against Tampa, when the Red Sox just had 2 games against Baltimore and lost both of those games, and the Red Sox, the Dirty Water Dead Sox, are already in the city. The Yankees probably are just on the plane right now coming back home. You couldn't drop that game. And I felt like, I don't know, the ghost of George Steinbrenner said, no, not the last game in this building. And then who comes out of nowhere, right? As everybody was talking about the lineup, oh, they're sitting down Giancarlo Stanton. Oh, they're punting this game. Oh, they don't want to win. Oh, is this another play stupid games, win stupid prizes? No, they got to be cautious with Stanton running around out there in right field. Even with Caballero, last night I saw him yawn. Last night I saw him, drop a pop-up. I saw him have another play in foul territory that he should have made. It was a long night last night. They're giving guys opportunities to play. But here comes Stan. And all the talk we used to talk about with Stanton was, why do they pinch hit him? He's a terrible pinch hitter. Why do they pinch hit Stan? It never works. Well, it's working this year. Against Pete Fairbanks, a guy that he's seen a bunch, he was just ready. And the Yankees don't fare well in extra innings on the road. But I'm also on my Twitter machine, and I know you guys don't follow me on Twitter, but I'm telling you my thought process is I'm going back and I'm looking. And my thought process is, hey, I don't care what your record is on the road. That's your building. I don't care what your record is in other people's building. That ball stayed in that ballpark so that you could win the game and not get walked off. Find a way, and Big G comes up and whop, smacks one to left field, and you're just like, hooray, hooray. But then the thought creeps into your head, wait. They're going to pitch Devin Williams? No. Don't you dare put Devin Williams in this game. And, of course, we saw him warming up, and they mentioned him warming up. And, man, how about Joe Girardi on the broadcast? He's been phenomenal. It's great to have a former Yankee, a former catcher, a former Yankees manager, just manager in general, Phillies man. Like, his insight and what he sees and what he conveys over the broadcast is such a plus for us watching the game as Yankee fans. And how about Adam Ottavino back at the mothership, Yes Network in Connecticut, adding his insight there. The Yankees got it going on right now, man. The vibes are back. Devin Williams goes out there and strikes out the side. Devin Williams gets it done. Devin Williams has me sitting there, and I'm like, oh, no. This guy's going to blow it. You know, because the Yankees go up 3 after Wells, and you're thinking like, okay, they have to pitch him. They have to pitch him now. It's 6-3. Wells just homered. They have to pitch Devin Williams. Or, you know, once they get him hot, they can't sit him back down. Who are you going to go to? At the time, I'm thinking anybody, but I know they're thinking. And honestly, when the Yankees broke me and I got off the ride, it was because Aaron Boone put this guy in extra innings. But something's different now. Something changed now. Devin Williams goes in there, and he gives up a single, and they score. But so what? Manfred's man on second, whatever. You know, at least they had a little bit of a cushion. Then he gives up a double, and you're thinking this guy is terrible. This guy, he's low-lev dev. He can't be pitching in this situation. But then he strikes out Chandler Simpson, Yandy Diaz, and Brandon Lowe. He goes top of the order. He strikes out the top of the order to end the game, and he's fired up, and we're fired up. Yankees win. Start spreading the news. That was a good one, man. That was good vibes, good energy. If Devin Williams is right and you can use him potentially like that, or like, I don't know, man, like our former closer coming in to get the save after our actual new closer that we got at the deadline to replace him couldn't do it. Like, there are multiple arms in this bullpen. Fernando Cruz coming back. Like, this is good stuff, guys. We are trending towards the Yankees righting the ship. We are trending towards them pulling everybody back into this thing, and that's the business model, right? The Yankees can't miss the postseason. If the Yankees host a wild card, so be it. They might get a extra 2 or 3 games in the Bronx. I don't want it. I want the division, but look at the standings. They're only 4 games out of the division. It's literally all right in front of us. They had to seize this week right here, and they did. And they're coming home, and I'll see you there for George Costanza bobblehead night. It's going to rain, whatever. Bring your umbrella sitting in line. We'll talk about that. You know, this 4-game set against the Red Sox, minimum you have to split. Minimum you have to split. Because right now, you're a game and a half up. Minimum you have to split. Because, I said you're 4 games back of Toronto, but only 2 games back in the loss column. Minimum you have to split and stay here. But now I'm getting greedy. Now I'm like, yo, they're coming here. You owe them. They swept you. They've dominated you. And they're reeling a bit. And they're sitting there in their hotel or wherever they are, and they're hearing about, you know, what went on with Cam Schlittler. Cam Schlittler is from that area up in Boston. Cam Schlittler is not going to face the Red Sox. The Yankees got to face the Red Sox. Now, Cam Schlittler, right? The energy, the buzz, the excitement of a new young pitcher like this, looking like an ace. Everybody in baseball getting the alert that there's a perfect game going on down at the Boss. George Steinbrenner looking over the Yankees spring training facility, and this young man shoving against Tampa Bay that is renting the place out. We're thinking we're about to see history. We saw a great game, whatever. For the Met fan, go ahead, David Stearns, and call up Sproat, or if you really want to get crazy, Jonah Tong. Because if I'm a Met fan, I'm tired of watching Kodai Senga fail. He hasn't been it. He hasn't been it. I'm tired of watching every other night and not knowing if it's going to be Clay Holmes. David Peterson gives you a good night last night. You come back tonight. And Kodai Senga, he was all right in the beginning, but now I'm starting to wonder, okay, if this team is fighting to get to the postseason, which do not kid yourselves, they were 2 games away from the World Series last year. They went out to go get Juan Soto, gave him the richest contract in North American sports. They have to get back to October. There is no, they're the Mets. They don't go to back-to-back postseasons. No. And as I look at the out-of-town scoreboard, because I was monitoring that to see if the Angels did pull off the win against the Reds, they did. 2-1, Angels just defeated the Reds. The Mets have to have some urgency. I've caught the urgency with the Yankees. Jose Caballero playing, right? Austin Wells sit down. Ben Rice is going to play. Hey, Stanton, you got to go out there and play right field for us. No, we're not going to put Goldie on the IL. Ice up, Goldie. We're putting you back out there. Jason Dominguez, you sit down for a little bit. Like, I felt the urgency with the bullpen. Hey, we will take a guy out and bring a guy in just to get one out, whether it's Luke Weaver, David Bednar, whoever it is. Camilo Duvall, you're gone. Whatever. Devin Williams, you're thrust back in there. Like, I'm feeling the urgency with the Yankees. There needs to be some urgency with the Mets. And I'm starting with David Stearns because this was his plan. This was his plan. Frankie Montas sucks. We all knew that. There wasn't one person here on WFAN or anywhere that said, oh, Frankie Montas, crafty signing. Oh, yeah, Frankie Montas, what a steal. What a scam. Another Scott Boras scam. And I don't want to call Brandon Nimmo a Scott Boras scam, but I did lump him in as, Scott Boras not being your friend. And this is troubling that Brandon Nimmo has a neck issue. And it's been plaguing him since 2019 when he ran into the wall in Atlanta, where this guy signed a long-term contract. And I know he's homegrown and you love him or whatever, but this is a guy that you need in the lineup. He played for minutes into the game. He had one at bat, and he said he couldn't lift his neck or something. He comes out of the game. You hope that he can go tomorrow, but he talks about I have to come out of the game, so he's not able to play the outfield. But I'm like, doesn't that bother you? Whether you love the guy or not, you have a player that his neck injury can flare up at any time. He's got an 8-year contract. He comes out of the game tonight, and that's worrisome. I'm listening to the game as I'm putting my son to bed. Next thing I hear, Luis Torrens, catcher's interference, and then all night, Luis Torrens is getting beat up behind the plate. Later in the night, pass ball. And of course, how does the game end? Luis Torrens is an issue. And, there are people that I get, they don't want to hear me talk about the Mets. Well, then turn the radio off and get over it. I don't have to be a Met fan to talk about the Mets. Last night, in my little 30-minute show, I talked about losing Francisco Alvarez and how that feels like the hits keep coming. How that feels like it's just not your year. This is a huge loss. And you just saw the effects of it immediately. What's the other option behind Luis Torrens, which he's banged up? So what? Tomorrow, Hayden Sanger's going to go? And then, what's the other option? I guess, I don't know. Who you pinch hit at the end of the game for Luis Torrens? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But, Torrens is a liability. He's supposed to be a defensive stalwart. He's having pass balls, catcher's interference, and he's a 0 at the plate. He goes 0 for 4. And, Cedric Mullins had 2 hits, but Cedric Mullins missed an opportunity. Beatty Bonds with a homer. And honestly, as I talked about Kodai Senga, he was good in the beginning, but then he gave up just a lot of contact. This Nationals team, they're pesky too. I know we wanted to act like the Nationals are just a team that, that the Mets are going to walk all over and just naturally sweep. They were able to take 2 games off the Phillies. They were able recently to get a couple games off the Giants. If you're paying attention, a lot of these teams that we're just writing off as soft spotted in the schedule, they're bums. No, they're not. They're playing for their, the name on the back of their jersey if the front of the jersey isn't going to the postseason. But yeah, with Kodai Senga, man, he ends up just having some walks, right? Losing command and getting in trouble. Lead-off walk in the 3rd. And then you've got guys just hitting singles, doubles, triples. So when I talk about, feeling like the hits keep coming, feeling like it's just not your year. In this game with Kodai Senga on the mound, Kodai Senga, who when he signed here, he was an all-star. We're talking about the ghost fork. Since he came back from the IL, he hasn't been reliable enough. And even though he went 5 innings, he gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned. And a homer. And that homer is the backbreaker. That homer is the difference in the game. So, from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, giving up 2 runs in the 3rd, 2 runs in the 4th, where, it's just double, triple. And you're giving up a triple to a guy with a wide receiver number on his back. Drew Millis, 81. It's not good enough. He's got to dominate these guys. He's got to get these outs. And then ultimately, like I said, they answer back Brett Beatty Bonds with the homer, But then how does Kodai Senga respond in the bottom of the 5th? Gives it right back. Josh Bell homers and 5-1. And even when the Mets do get it going, right? Francisco Lindor walks, Soto walks, Pete Alonso doubles, Jeff McNeil stays hot, he doubles. So then you're within 5-4. But then there's something about the Mets, and I'm not trolling when I say that they're the let it happen Mets. There's something about the Mets where, like, they'll get it going, but then they go quietly into the night. They answer back in the 5th and the 6th, and then they have nothing. 7th, 8th, and 9th. They have no ability to come back, no ability to rally, and that's a brutal loss to the Nationals. That's tough. And you could hear the Let's Go Mets chants in there. The Met fan is down there taking that trip down 95 easily to go to Nationals Park. But yeah, it's not good enough. And losing Francisco Alvarez in this lineup as he was becoming a real threat in the bottom of the order, it leaves you kind of just shaking your head saying, like, how do we get out of this? And I think the next thing you got to do is call up a Brandon Sproat. I'm looking at Cam Schlittler tonight. I'm like, nobody was even thinking about this kid. Mets fans have been thinking about their young arms and David Stearns. If that's not part of your plan, you can't tell me the plan is to have Clay Holmes pitch in the postseason. And make no doubts about it, you got to make the postseason, or it's going to be the biggest embarrassment in baseball. You don't have that high of a payroll. You don't go get Juan Soto. You don't do all these things like bring Pete Alonso back, and you don't do all of that to miss the postseason. And I'm not saying that they are, but I'm saying, like, there has to be some urgency in these moves. David Stearns massages this roster. You know, he does a lot of things. I guess Tyler McGill is coming back, but what's he really going to be? I think you got to bring one of these kids up now. And if I don't know who's got to go, if it's Frankie Montas, cut him. Send him packing. You got the richest owner in the sport, right? So you can eat that contract. He's trash. But yeah, we need some urgency because the Mets, just as the Mets put together a 3-game win streak, now we're celebrating a Yankees 5-game win streak, it sours with a loss like that where you're just like, yo, Luis Torrens, Kodai Senga, and at least the bullpen was solid. So that's the bright side of things. But now it's a rubber match tomorrow, and we'll get to it. That's a 30-minute open right there. I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for the Mets because they have the talent, but they're running out of time. And it's too close for comfort right now. And when you look at the Mets' upcoming schedule, to get through just what you have here with no off days and not having starting pitching you could rely on, like, it's not going to be nice to go down to Atlanta. And the Phillies lineup is not going to be kind either. So if 5 runs is beating you with the Washington Nationals, I don't know, something's got to give. Something's got to change. And there's no real help on the way in the lineup. The lineup is the lineup, but the pitching's got to be better. 888-808-1019. Let's take a break here when we come back. Calls. We'll get straight to the calls. Like I said, I'm on till 2 tonight, and that's quick. And then I'm on BT and Sal in the morning at 10. So it's a quick turnaround, and I don't think anything's going to happen in the 8 hours that I'll go home and try and sleep. So it'll probably be the same show. But some of you that are calling now won't be up in the morning, so I want to talk to you. 888-808-1019. We'll talk Yanks. We'll talk Mets. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Get it, man. Right to the phone we go. 888-808-1019. Streaming on YouTube, WFAN Overnight Live. Myself and then Gallo coming up. And yeah, I'm in here trying to get the screen back up. Yeah, working on that. But anyway, let's get back to the show. Keith McPherson on the fan. I already opened up Yanks and Mets. And we've got a full rack of Yankees calls. But yeah, as I was talking about Caballero, I didn't really go back to him. You know, he's a pest. He's annoying. But when we talk about urgency, I just got a tweet from Pete2190. He said, you're 100% correct about Boone's. You're 100% correct. Even Boone's press conferences are different. At the end, you could tell the urgency is there because he's even saying, yeah, I spoke about this play, about that, can't happen. And, you know, I just heard Susan talking about, you know, she was kind of close to where the I guess conversation happened, and she said, maybe I was in a place I shouldn't be. You know how Susan will go down and do her star of the game. There is urgency. I think Aaron Boone is managing for his life. There is urgency. I think Aaron Boone realizes that like nothing is done yet. There's even a quote that I just saw Talking Yanks put out 3 minutes ago where Aaron Boone said, "We haven't done anything yet. We got to keep going." So I know there's a lot of times where we feel like frustrated with this team and we feel like they've blown so many games and they've wasted opportunities, but hey, it ain't over until it's over. They've got plenty of opportunity to right the ship. They have just won 5 in a row, 8 out of their last 10. They've got the 3rd best record in the American League. They're 3 games back in the loss column. Like it's crazy how just like handling your business, how quickly like just doing what you're supposed to do can change things. Sal is in Jackson on the Fan first. What's up, Sal?
What's up, Keith? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I didn't do that. I watched the game. And we're going to keep watching the games. And like I said, I'm too old to be giving up seasons. I can be frustrated, and I honestly came into the season and said I don't think the Mets or the Yankees are winning the World Series, but I know crazier things have happened. It's baseball. Nobody can predict it. So as long as they're handling business and doing what they got to do, like, yeah, don't feel ashamed of feeling good, but also don't feel too good yet. They could crash and burn. Don't feel too good. I feel like we're right in the middle where we don't feel as bad as we did coming off of losing 2 out of 3 to the Astros in the fashion that they did. Now we just feel good because they're hitting home runs. They're pitching well. There's some, different characters playing big parts, and you're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Keith. Before I get to the game tonight, this afternoon, Spencer Jones, 443-foot home run, 31st home run of the season.
Yeah, off of Alek Manoah too, which is awesome.
The game tonight. I think history may be repeating itself, or might be repeating itself. In 1964, Mel Stoudemire, a rookie, was brought up, led the Yankees to a pennant, and you see Cam's stuff tonight. This guy was dominant. And with the stuff, if he continues throwing that curveball the way he has tonight, I can see him even starting a game in the playoffs.
Okay. So if he starts a game in the playoffs, what game is it? And what, like, let's say we win the division and we're in the DS. What game would you start at Cam Schlittler?
If I needed, I'd probably game 4 if I needed a game 4. Like, you know,
I'm not against it, but like, we're just having a conversation for all to hear and play it out. Max Fried, if he's healthy, is going to get the ball game 1.
Right.
Carlos Rodon is getting the ball game 2, just off of years of experience and what their contract has. Game 3 is Luis Gil.
And if he's healthy, I have no problem with Gil, especially if he continues pitching the way he pitched. Yes, the other start. But if you need a game 4, you know, if it's a 7-game series or whatever, if he's continuing pitching, I would rather pitch him over Warren. Not to say I'm not knocking Warren necessarily.
Hey, we're coming off of watching this guy go 6 perfect innings, and we're all high off of that. He did it against the Tampa Bay Rays, though. I don't know if I'd throw that kid into the Detroit Tigers. We'll see. But no, it's a thought, and it's something that they're going to have to think about. Who is game 4, Will Warren or Cam Schlittler? They're both rookies, but when you look at their stuff, like this kid was even at the end of his rope throwing 99, competing, trying to, just rev it up and get through it. So,
and the Yankees are slowly bringing me back to believing that this team will make the playoffs.
Oh, they will. They will. But making the playoffs is not good for us. Making the playoffs is like good enough for some Met fans that are like, we just got to make the playoffs. Like, we were in the World Series last year, so we're trying to get back there at the minimum. And like, I don't believe that they have, like, even, you know what I'll say too, Bruce? Even with like Cody Bellinger got thrown out today on the base paths. Jazz Chisholm had a stupid throw right in front of him yesterday. I already mentioned Caballero dropping a pop-up. Like, even though we're celebrating, even though we're having a good time, they still have some of these cracks in their armor. They got to fix all of those things.
And also, Volpe looks like Volpe has fixed himself. I don't know. Who did it? What happened?
Defensively, yeah.
Yeah, defensive. I'm talking about defensively. I mean, no more his throws are going all over the place. He had a bad hop, took it, made an accurate throw, and Volpe defensively is Volpe again.
Yeah, when he made that play, I'm like, oh, that is one of those plays in the perfect game highlight that you see, Volpe make to preserve the perfect game. Thanks for the call, Bruce. Everybody just stay grounded, stay, in the moment. We don't have to project to Cam Schlittler pitching game 4. I don't know if they're going to do that. He's a rookie, man. And if anybody is thinking that they're not making the postseason, they have to make the postseason. You hear me talk about the business model? As much money as the Yankees made last year playing 3 World Series games, there is no, missing the postseason. I never thought they were going to, not miss the postseason. The Yankees can they can do that by accident, make the postseason by accident. I'm talking, we got bigger dreams. We got to get back to the World Series and then hope that the ball bounces our way and whoever it is, I don't know if it's the Brewers, if it's the Dodgers, if it's whoever, it's about getting back to the Fall Classic. And, when I see them force Devin Williams into high leverage situations 3 days out of 4, like they did with 2 games in Texas on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then on Friday against the Astros, I'm like, these guys aren't serious. This is an unserious bunch. Maybe I quit on Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman. The way that these players are playing and fighting, some of the clutch, some of the hitting, some of the TW, the will to win, it seems like something happened to them. I don't know if it was a combination of Old Timers Day and having guys like Willie Randolph and Jorge Posada and Joe Torre and all them literally there in the clubhouse and on the field talking about what used to be and what these guys aren't anymore. Or if it was the Astros beating them and, how they lost on that Friday night game, how they lost on that Sunday, barely won the Saturday Old Timers Day game with the Trent Grisham clutch homer. Like, something has changed. And I think it's just they know there is no time left. There is no margin for error as far as like being asleep at the wheel and losing these games, dropping these games to teams that they're not playing for anything. They aren't going to be in the postseason. 888-808-1019. Vito is in Syosset on the Fan next. What's up, man?
Yeah, Keith, how you doing?
Good.
I'm just calling. I'm a Met fan, but I hear the station, all the fans, they're calling up always about getting rid of Giancarlo, whatever, and even with Wells and Volpe. Those are the guys that all came through tonight. I think they should leave Volpe the way it is. It's shortstop. He's a great shortstop. Golden Glove and all that stuff. And they're putting too much emphasis on this guy, Caballero. And he's only played 200 games in his whole career. He's 29 years old. He's no Volpe, not even close. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, and I understand it. Thanks for the call, Vito. The Yankees are the toughest team to play for. Aaron Boone was in here talking to BT and Sal. We're on the phone, actually not in here. He was in here, before the season, but he was on the phone with BT and Sal this week talking about how, like, this is a tough place to play because of the amount of media coverage and fans. And yeah, as fans, we are ready to throw players in the garbage over a couple bad weeks out of an 8-month season. I told you Volpe was going to be starting. Like, Caballero did not take his spot, but I think the presence of Caballero has pushed him. And I was calling for that. You can go back. I have the clips on my Instagram. I think they're on WFAN's Instagram, where when they made the Ahmed Rosario move, I thought that was like, I literally said, how did the kid win the job? He was competing against IKF and Peraza. He is a competitor. There are entertainers and competitors. He's a competitor. He needs to have, instead of being told, you're the starting shortstop, we're not sending you down, and him being comfortable, he needs to compete. So putting Caballero in that clubhouse where he knows, hey, this guy plays shortstop. They gave up Pereira to go get him. Like, got to be on your job, and he has been. And then even sitting Volpe in that last game in St. Louis, you don't think the thought creeps in his head, hey, if this guy goes out there and balls out, like, they might start doing this every week. Volpe's defense has been much improved. I haven't seen him skip a ball in the dirt. He's been on everything. Now the bat's got to get there, and I expect that to happen this week at home against the Boston Red Sox. Wells came alive tonight. 2 homers out of Austin Wells, and he was calling and catching a perfect game. Got to get off his back. This is a kid that takes a beating back there, and also a kid that this is his first year as the starter, right? He's homegrown, drafted, and developed. This is his first year taking on the responsibility of being the Yankees catcher. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. People want to sing the praises of Cal Raleigh so much because he's squatting and playing catcher and hitting all these home runs that he should be the MVP. He shouldn't. Hopefully Judge can get back in the right field and continue to homer and catch him a little bit in the homers and RBI. But, yeah, Wells had been dumpster juice for a little while, but you can't quit on him. He played a big part in the game tonight. And then Stan, I don't know how anybody could really have anything to say about Stanton after he carried the Yankees to the World Series last year. I know they want to say it was the other guy because he hit the last homer that actually sent them to the Fall Classic to advance out of the ALCS, but Giancarlo Stanton was the ALCS MVP. He literally won a game in Kansas City, against the Royals with his homer. And you've seen him every postseason lock in. He's postseason locked in right now. He's going crazy. What we don't realize is, like, him missing half the season with the elbow stuff. Like, we are getting the best version of him. Katie Sharp put out a tweet. I got to go find it. Right now and read it. Giancarlo Stanton, in his last 30 games, he's got a .632 batting average, a .429 on-base percentage, an .830 slug. This is the second time in his career he's had any 30-game span with at least a .360 batting average, a .420 on-base percentage, and .825 slug. He also did it from July 26th to August 27th in 2017 when he won the MVP. I remember saying back then he's in God mode. Baseball God mode. Get this guy to October. This guy is 35 years old. He kills the Red Sox. He's got to play in right field every game coming up. So as much as we want to throw these guys in the garbage, oh, this guy sucks, get him out of here. How do we? I hear it on WFAN too. Oh, they got to get rid of Stanton in his contract. Nah. Look at how he's playing right now, and this is the last year before the money gets cut in half. Nah. Mitchell's in Fort Lee on the Fan. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Keith. How you doing tonight? First of all, what a game tonight. I got to tell you something. I was working, and I got back to my girlfriend's. We went out for a fast dinner. I'm watching the game, and I hear that he's pitching a no-hitter, and it's great. He gives up a hit. Then I'm watching it, and I'm watching him. He looked like he lost it, and Boone kept him in. I was like, please, don't give this game up. And we get out of it, and then we get the we get the 2 home runs. Wells hits that home run out of the park, and so we're up. And then Williams would go, and you know it, Keith, we were right there last week at the Yankee game when Williams blew that game. And, Williams, I was just so happy tonight, and maybe his confidence will be back because we need him for the stretch run. And I've said this all along, everyone except you, that you agreed with me, that all the other co-hosts have it, that I said the Yankees are going to win this division, and they're going to win it. It's very simple, but every Yankee fan calls up and says, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. The only thing I worry about is Boone. Like tonight, didn't you worry about Boone, how long he left him in tonight? Shouldn't he take him out earlier in the 7th inning?
Yeah, I felt like, when it's done, it's done. Like, once the, perfect game is done. But, part of me also was like, this is Boone going off of the script a little bit. This is Boone giving this kid an opportunity to grow and to compete and to, but whatever. It ended up being fine. They won the game. But no, I understand. He should have taken him out. As soon as it was done, it's like, hey, go take him out. This is the longest he's ever gone. This is the most he's ever pitched.
Right. Okay, 2 other points I know you get out of the call. Number 2, are you going tomorrow night?
I am, yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow night. And the second thing is, Cashman's not gonna admit to it, but Cashman went out to St. Louis. He hasn't been out with the team the whole year. He was there for a reason. He put a fire on the Boone's tushy and probably told Boone, you don't do something this weekend, you're gone. I really believe that. If they didn't win that Friday night game, Boone was being fired. But now the Yankees have to go in. The fans got to go tomorrow night, who's ever going to the game, and they can't be dead in the beginning of the game like they've been for the last 2 weeks I've been there. The crowd has to be up like a playoff game. Let's get the crowd going crazy. Let's win these 3 out of 4, go 4 for 4, and guess what? We're right back in it. And tomorrow night, I'll see you there tomorrow night. You know where I sit.
Thanks for the call, Mitch. You will see me, and we got to turn it up, and we will. I disagree with Cashman showing up to St. Louis to light a fire under, they work in lockstep. Boone literally, said on BT and Sal that him and Cashman talk every day. If they miss a day, it's probably like an off day, but they talk every day. Cashman hired Aaron Boone. I think Cashman shows up, right, because it's like, if Cashman shows up, it's not George Steinbrenner showing up, but it's the next closest thing to being like, hey, boss is here. Hey, you see Cashman's here? Like, it's time. There's no time to waste. Urgency. And I can sense the urgency. So when they broke me, 2 Fridays ago, it was because I felt like there was an urgency. I felt like there was arrogance. I felt like it was malpractice. I felt like they just, they pitched Devin Williams because they want to be right. And I felt like they put a guy that was broken into a situation to lose a game, and they put that over all of us that were at the stadium watching the game, rooting for the team, that hate the Astros, whatever. But now, they're not playing like that anymore. They're moving different. There's a different type of energy, and that's good. That's positive. So, yeah, they have to get back tonight, and I'm going to check on the flight. They got to get back tonight, get to their cribs, go to sleep, because it is a quick turnaround. And these guys get to the ballpark around 1 o'clock. They've got 12 hours before they got to be in Yankee Stadium ready to face the Red Sox, who are sleeping in their hotel somewhere in Midtown right now. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night, and we'll take the rest of your calls. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Oh, yeah, pitchers can't go 115 pitches. Oh, yeah, they're conditioned at 5 and take a shower. The game has been overrun and is now controlled by geeks.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Yankees making George M. Steinbrenner Field feel like their own, which it kind of is. But the Rays, they're using it this year. Anyway, the Yanks hit 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in 10 innings. Giancarlo Stanton with a go-ahead blast in the 10th. Austin Wells walloped his second of the game soon after. Wells on Stanton's heroics with the fan Susan Walt.
Unbelievable. This is what we saw last year in the playoffs. I was a little younger, but I think this is what he did his whole career. So, he's amazing, and, he's going to continue to do that for us.
The Yankees hit 14 home runs in the two-game series in Tampa, tying a major league record. Pitching-wise, Cam Schlittler brought a perfect game into the 7th inning, and Devin Williams survived a rocky start to the bottom of the 10th to strike out 3 straight Rays and earn his 18th save. That's for the Mets. Kodai Senga was outdone by the Nationals' Brad Lord. 5-4 Nats beat the Mets. The Mets' best chance came in the 5th when they pulled to within a run with the bases loaded and 1 out, but Cedric Mullins flew out to right, and Luis Torrens hit a hard ground ball that was handled for the final out of the frame. The Reds did lose to the Angels, so the Mets remain a game ahead in the NL wildcard race. And the Jets acquire 2 defensive tackles in separate trades, landing Harrison Phillips from the Vikings and Juwan Briggs from the Browns. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Big Shot of the Night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. Down in Tampa, we got to go, obviously, to Cam Schlittler. Yes, the rookie making his 7th start. Cam Schlittler was perfect through 6. He goes 6 2/3, giving up 1 hit. Obviously, no runs. 8 Ks, 2 walks, unfortunately, but 95 pitches, 67 strikes. It's the most pitches he's thrown in the majors. That's the longest he's been out there. And Cam Schlittler is the first Yankees rookie starter to be perfect through 6 innings since Fritz Peterson on July 4th, 1996. There is probably a couple people listening that remember the 4th of July back in 1966. And they said, oh, Fritz Peterson. 888-808-1019. Honorable mention, Trent Grisham. The Grish who stole Christmas. You're a mean one. Mr. Grish. And well, Austin Wells. Stone Cold Steve Austin Wells. He's like that, man. He can hit like that, man. It's just got to happen more. And I think it is going to happen more with Ben Rice getting opportunities behind the dish, spelling him, and him just being a competitor. That's all I want to see. Iron sharpens iron. Competition is good for these guys. Add a Caballero into the room, Volpe improves. Take playing time away from Austin Wells. When he gets his time, he seizes the opportunity. Let's get back to the phones. Moose is in Jamaica. Moose, you're on the Fan.
Good, Keith. What it do?
What's up, man?
Chilling. So that's what it is. Like I tried to, I don't know if it's speaking into existence, giving off good energy, not getting off the ride. Yankees, finish your breakfast. As Val said, handle the food in front of you. Take care of business. Now it's in the immortal words of, what's his name again?
Brian Cashman.
John Gruden. John Gruden of when he was doing Monday Night Football. I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm saying something funny. Remember how he used to always say that in the 4th quarter of a tight Monday Night Football game? Anyway, so yeah, we have these 4 games with Boston. We're facing 2 of their best pitchers and stuff like that. So I'm thinking we'll win at least 2. Not even the bullpen necessarily, but seems like Judge does well against Boston in Yankee Stadium, while Giancarlo always does well against Boston.
Yep.
So that's it. That's all I have to say, Keith. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Moose. Yeah, looking ahead to the pitching matchups, I know we'll see Brian Bayo, Lucas Giolito tomorrow versus Luis Gil. I feel good about where Luis Gil is. So win that one on Thursday night, which is going to be a good Thursday night crowd. I'm a little worried about the weather. That might be the only thing that deters me from going up there. I'm probably going to go regardless. And then Friday, as I exited out of the app, Friday, you will get a matchup between Brian Bayo and Max Fried. And if there ever was a time for Max Fried to turn back the clock, right? Max Fried had a game where he was perfect or throwing a no-no for a little while earlier in this year, right? Like, if there ever was a time, Max, to get right Friday night. Free day on a Friday. Like, bro, it has to happen. We're going to be turned up. Saturday, Garrett Crochet versus Will Warren. Will Warren is up to the task. I feel good about where Will Warren is. And then Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. TBD it'll probably be Dustin May for the Red Sox versus Carlos Rodon. Let's bully, man. Take 3 out of 4. Get crazy. Sweep them. Like, you want to fire your fan base up? You want to really get people talking about how you've righted the ship, how there's urgency, how the Yankees are back? Sweep the Boston Red Sox in your building. And hope that the Toronto Blue Jays stumble a bit, which they did. Bro, like, I don't know. Toronto, Tommy Pham scared the Toronto Blue Jays or something? They scored 1 run. They lost the series just now to Pittsburgh. They lost the series to Pittsburgh in P-Town. And now they got to go dance with the Miami Marlins down there in, Lone Depot Park. And the Marlins, they're scrappy. They don't lay down either. Yankee fans know that. We got swept by them. Before you know it, like the Blue Jays got to face the Brewers coming up in late August. Then they've got to face the Reds before they come back to face us. So it is not a lock that Toronto keeps this going. Vladdy's got a little bit of a hammy issue. Let's see how their pitching goes. I think I read that Shane Bieber's going to make his debut Friday in Miami. See what he's looking like as a Toronto Blue Jay. It's about to get really interesting here, folks. The Mets should have traded for Shane Bieber. They should have traded for any starter. Like I said, I know people don't like to hear it from me, but there was a night where I was saying I don't see the Mets not trading for a starter. If I go back to WFAN's Instagram, I was like, I don't see them navigating through the National League without going to get another arm. Now, I had said, okay, you call up Nolan McLean, great, but now you're almost going to be forced. We'll see what Tyler McGill does, but after watching Cam Schlittler tonight, is there not a little thought in the heads of Mets fans that, hey, let's see what Brandon Sproat could do, or maybe let's get crazy, go to Jonah Tong. Because guys like Kodai Senga not cutting it. Clay Holmes not cutting it. David Peterson is probably your best option. You gotta cross your fingers here and hope that Nolan McLean can do it again. But you have a stretch here with no days off. Or I guess it's Tyler McGill you're expecting to step in there. I don't know. Or maybe Brandon Sproat. You need some energy. You need something to kind of give you that vibe. Like, going out there and watching Kodai Senga give it up doesn't make anybody feel great. Even though the Mets responded, it's just I know the fans got to be tired of it. It's not good enough. Sean Manaea is the other name I was blanking on. Sean Manaea is another one. He's going tomorrow, which is now today, 4:05, getaway day. Sean Manaea's got to right the ship, right, against Mackenzie Gore. It can happen. But now you've got the Nationals coming off a win. They're feeling good. And then you'll get McLean when you open up the Braves series, Holmes in that second game, and then Peterson in the third game. I think you feel pretty good about McLean, Holmes, Peterson against the Braves. But, who's pitching against the Phillies lineup? And then 4 against the pesky Marlins like I was just talking about. Once you come back home. Josh is in Passaic on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Yo, Keith, how are you feeling? How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. I had to give people an explanation. So it happened last week. I'm, finishing up camp and all. And if you guys come over to me, it's like, yo, we want, a few chances to do in camp. We want to do it for some Yankees players. So I go, okay, fine, if you want to give it all. And then everyone, as I got them already, everyone chickened out except for one guy. He started to look like Luke Weaver or like Aaron Judge on Carlos Stanton. That's what ended up coming out. That's all it was.
I remember, yeah. I remember now. To be young, coming up with chants and stuff. Anyway, what you got on the Mets?
Right, mentioning Brandon was a neck injury just gets me extra nervous because I remember always thing I have a neck injury that once few years ago, like, Chris Carson on the Seahawks was so good running back, or I traded for him on my fantasy football team. And all of a sudden, a week later, he goes on the IR with some neck injury, then he retires. Like, it's serious stuff. And it gets you nervous when he says Neil's been dealing with it for, like, years. And, like, we don't notice this. Like, what's going on with that? He's going out. He can't move his neck. And it's just something that's hard to take in. It's like another guy that's going down over here, and this lineup is not like something that we could afford to just lose players left and right here.
Yeah, you need Nimmo. You like, he could sleep in the hotel. He's sleeping in multiple hotels all season. Like, he could sleep in a hotel bed wrong and his neck is creaky. Like, I don't know. When I was like, that was so odd to me today. I'm like, wait, he's out of the game. And then as I looked into it and researched, I'm like, he's been dealing with this for 6 years. He signed an 8-year deal with the Mets. He has an issue where, like, his neck can tighten up on him and he can't lift his head up. I'm like, what? So, like, I hate to be the guy, but, like, that's such a Metsy thing. You have a player that, like, he's like, he's out. He's out again. His neck again. Like, I don't know. I don't mean to laugh about it, but it's just like, I had bad vibes when that went down.
And, you mentioned like a Metsy thing. I think you mentioned one earlier also, is that it's almost like, they like step up for like 1 or 2 innings where like they wake up, and then it's like the battery falls out of the controller, and like they're just like standing there and like the bats don't move for the rest of the game. They like die the last 3-4 innings. And it's so frustrating because you think you have the team coming fired up and you're ready, coming to 6th inning, and then you get nothing. And another thing, how I hear it goes for you, on the Mets. Like, how should Mets fans feel confident in David Stearns, not president of baseball operations?
No, I think last year,
each year, half the year was real tough. A few months.
I think last year we gave him a lot of credit, and we should have probably gave the players more credit. But we wanted to give Candelita and a song credit, McDonald's and a character credit. All these other, like, those players played their asses off. They imposed their will. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. I said the worst game that I remember being at Yankee Stadium was when the Mets kicked the Yankees' ass. There was nothing we could do. I think they put up 12 or 13 runs. I don't know. I left. Like, where is that now? That relentlessness, that, like, we're not done stomping you out. And with David Stearns, like, he chose to sign Clay Holmes quickly. He chose to sign Frankie Montas. And the plan has blown up in his face. Like, Griffin Canning was another guy that, like, he signed and we laughed at, but that turned out pretty good. If you're expecting to, like, if you sign Juan Soto, and Juan Soto's supposed to be the piece to put you over the edge, like, I don't know why wasn't there more thought to bring back Severino or Jose Quintana? And I remember being on the Fan talking about, man, run it back with the team you just had, pay those same guys. And I don't know. He had other plans, and now he's got to make other plans. So when I'm looking at David Stearns, if I'm a Met fan, this is only year 2 with this guy. We wanted to crown him and say how smart he is and how much he's done in year 1. Like, maybe that wasn't all just him. Maybe he was the benefit of, like, some mojo and some higher power and the guy's playing better. But he's got to figure this out. This team, like, as Bruce and Flushing is calling and suggesting Cam Schlittler pitch in Game 4 of a division series for the Yankees, like, who is pitching for the Mets? Kodai Senga? I'm looking at Kodai Senga tonight, like, he's got to be an opener like he was last year. Tyler McGill coming back? Like, who are you honestly pitching? David Peterson Game 1, and then Sean Manaea? Clay Holmes?
I don't know, before we look at, like, who's pitching fast.
You got to get there. Yeah, before
you're right.
But you got to get there.
Okay, thanks for going. First of all, big shout out to Moshe Schiff. He's listening to your call. He's got you every night. I'm in camp.
Yo, what's up? Tell him join the chat, yo. Appreciate y'all listening. Thanks for the call, Josh. Shout out to the YouTube chat. I see y'all in there going crazy with the emojis. Like, as I'm looking at the chat, I don't even know how to do that. Is that like a special feature? Those are super chat stickers, super stickers. Get creative with animated GIFs. Make your message stand out. I'm just going to use regular characters, regular letters. New York Mets choke squad since 1962. That's the guy that is sending all of these, like, crocodiles and emojis in the chat. Do your thing. Anyway, 888-808-1019, as we're talking about the Mets, like, it is getting late now. And you chose not to trade for a starter. You chose to bulk up the bullpen, and that's another thing. You added 2 guys to your bullpen who are not guaranteed to be back next year. So What I looked at as, okay, when you get Rodgers and Helsley, you're pushing your chips in for this run. That means you expect this team to compete for a championship. How do you expect this team to compete for a championship with Kodai Senga taking the ball in game 2 of any round? Or, like, how do you expect to get there with your upcoming schedule that's got the Braves, who, like, the Braves see the Mets, and I know Positive Tommy said it. Tommy said a lot. Tommy said the Braves see the Mets and it's like their World Series. You can't say that. You can't say that. They have won a World Series recently. They have multiple World Series wins. Going to the World Series is in their history. You can't say that they see the Mets. That's so ridiculous. But anyway, they are turned up for you. And so the Mets, just like looking at this schedule, you got to dance with the Braves in their building. Then when you come home, the Phillies put up 11 today on the Mariners. Like, they can hit, and I don't think you have the pitching to hold their lineup down. Then the Detroit Tigers, you got to go out there to Detroit and face them. They're one of the better teams in baseball. Then, by that time, after that, you got to go to Cincinnati, where you're going to be neck and neck with that team for the wild card, the last wild card spot. Oh, and then you got to go to Philly for 4. How do you survive? How do the Mets survive this stretch of 16 games? I don't know. Without the pitching, without the starting pitching. That's why I'm like, hey, Nolan McLean worked, call it Brandon Sproat. It's not a guarantee that Nolan McLean is going to work again. David Peterson had a good outing. He's got to do it again. Sean Manaea, this is all eyes on Sean Manaea later today. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan next. What's up, Ross?
Keith, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Just really quick, happy anniversary. I know I saw you posting all that, and National Radio Day, all that, and what's it now? 4 years? 21, right?
We're not at my anniversary yet. The 25th is my anniversary from the first time I ever got on WFAN for my audition. But I thought that was funny because it came up in my time hop, and when I woke up today and I saw National Radio Day.
I knew it was late August, yeah.
Yeah, so on August 20th, on Boomer and Geo, they were just reading the schedule for the next week. And so 5 days out, they had read, someone named Keith McPherson is going to be on. And I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious at the time, but it's even funnier now 4 years later. The 25th will be my actual anniversary of my audition. And then November 23rd is 4 years of having my own show, which is insane.
That's crazy, man. You always talk about it, too. I know you got like a lot of the phrases, but one of the ones that sticks out to me is the WFAN. And a lot of my buddies online, mostly online, like they kind of bust my chops. I always talk about how, like the fans' family. And, the part of it's tongue-in-cheek, but, some of it's not. I mean, like a lot of these callers I've gotten, mostly listeners, but some other callers, too, that like I've gotten to know online, let alone host, but just overall. It's, I don't use the word community a lot, but it just kind of feels like a family. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to use it more. I need to bring that back. It's a WFAM, my WFAM, because what you don't realize, and I mean, when you listen to WFAN every day, you are inside the WFAN family. There are some people that are in and out. There are some people that listened years ago. There's some people now that claim they don't listen because it's not what it used to be. But when you listen, you hear some of the same callers calling to the show. You hear just I don't know. You hear what goes on between the host. Conversations that go on here, and not everybody hears that. And that's something I felt that the other day too, as I was hearing Tommy talk about, everybody responding to his tweets. And I'm like, not everybody listening follows you on Twitter. You have 20,000 followers, and not everybody is responding to your tweet. Sometimes people are listening just to hear what's going on with the Mets or the Yankees. But anyway, get to your call, Ross. I'm taking up your time now.
No, you're good. I'm the one that brought it up. Just really quick, one more thing. Like listeners, there's storylines too. Like Tommy versus Frank. I know Dan and Carteret, John and Mastiff are going at it. I mean, there's legit storylines that transpire on Twitter.
Yeah.
And none of it is possible without the fans. So it's just kind of like National Radio Day, all that. So I'll get to the Mets stuff. You brought up before, and I think specifically with Senga. Look, I know Manaea was the ace for the better part of last year, and that kind of, goes hand in hand with Senga's other issue, not only the lack of performance on the field, but we're lucky he's even on the field in the first place. Or kind of unlucky now the way he's been pitching. But the Senga that we used to know, it felt like a God dream if he was on the field because it felt like he never was, right? The arm fatigue that turned into a better part of the first half, and then when we finally got him back, it was that game against Atlanta. Felt like nothing could go wrong. The JD Grand Slam, everything felt like a movie, and then he just goes down out of nowhere, and we were seeing him in and out of the playoffs. And now he's been on the field for the better part of the season, even though he did have a little injury stint, and he's been awful. So that's what kind of made Minaya the de facto ace last year. But at the end of the day, Senga was brought in to be ace material here, and he's the furthest thing from it. And it's a legit problem. I know they got so many other problems right now, but they can't even think about going into, making a postseason run whatsoever. If, let's be real, I know David Peterson's the only one that's, they've had like 5 starts that saw the 8th inning or later, and they're all named David Peterson. This is a guy who was hand in hand with Tyler McGill a few years ago. There was like this day and age is Robert Gazelman and Seth Lugo. So, and I know obviously Peterson's taken off way past McGill, but the fact that a couple of years ago that was the comparison, that can't be our ace going into a postseason run. And Senga's, example number one as to what would make that reality right now. So that's a huge problem, but it's one of many, like I said. So they got to get so much crap figured out. But
thanks for the call, Ross. Just moving it along as I see the Met fans calling in, and I do want to get to you guys. I clipped a tweet where Anthony DiComo wrote, Kodai Senga's ERA, in his first 14 starts, it was 1.39. I remember this season talking about how he had one of the lowest ERAs. Like, we were raving about the Mets pitching lab and what Jeremy Hefner was getting out of this rotation. The Mets had the lowest ERA in baseball. His last 6 starts, he's got a 6 ERA. Senga's season ERA has nearly doubled over that time. He's got a 5-year, $75 million contract. I think there is an opt-out this year, but there's like some type of stipulation. I don't know. I got to look that up. But no, he's a guy that you signed and you depend on. And when you signed him, this was before David Stearns, and this was when your owner was going out there saying, well, I'll give $43 million to Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer's still pitching for the Blue Jays. I'll give $40+ million of Justin Verlander. Should have probably held on to Chris Bassett. Like, the Mets pitching it's lacking right now, and it's been, and it's like even when the lineup gets going, the pitching's not good. And if the starting pitching isn't good, that taxes the bullpen. And if you tax the bullpen, you just can't win over a stretch of 16 days with no off day. Miriam's in Forest Hills on the Fan next. Hello again, Miriam.
How you doing, Keith? Everybody all right?
Yeah, everybody's good.
I'm doing fine. I think the Mets will be all right. Let's calm down and one game at a time go through. That's all you can do.
I mean, but we've been going one game at a time, and it's
that's all you can do. You can't do more than that. You can't play.
Yeah, but they built up some momentum with a 3-game win streak.
I know, and right now it'll come back. It'll come back
lose
today.
Francisco Alvarez.
I know they lost it because he hurt his hand.
Yeah, but like this was a crushing blow today.
Yeah,
losing to the Nationals in that fashion.
Well, you know what? They had a chance. Didn't work. The Nationals want to win too. Everybody thinks there's only one. You can't. There's no bad teams. They may have bad records, but they all want to win.
They're all pros. They all get paid millions. Yeah.
Yes. Now, how is everybody in your family with paws? How's the girl doing?
She's good. She's just different now. Like now, as we're talking about me being on the radio 4 years, I've had this cat for 4 years. She's not. She's not the same now. She's just, I don't know. She's bossy now. She's got her own ways and her own stuff, and I don't know. I love her because she's partial to me, but she's just way different. Why. Yeah, she's just way different than she was when she was a little kitty. She's like a grown woman now.
Yeah, well, Tiger's an old man now. He wants only me around.
Yeah, it's a wild experience for me because I never had a cat before.
Oh, it's a wonderful experience.
Yeah, it's crazy because like she sleeps specifically with me, and even when I'm not I'll just be set up on the couch. She's setting up to relax, and I'm like, hey, I'm not really trying to post up.
All right, that's how it is. I'm looking forward to people who play hockey and football.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there fast. This month of August is going to smoke by, and then next thing you know, there's going to be a chill in the air, and then when October comes, sports
I'm
equinox.
Looking forward.
Thanks for the call, Miriam. 888-808-1019. Shout out to all the cat people out there that love their cats and feed their cats. I have an automatic cat feeder where we got from Amazon. No, not feeder. I do have an automatic cat feeder, automatic water, and automatic kitty litter. But I ran out of I just got too much going on. I ran out of the kitty litter boxes that you got to order. They come like 3 or 4 at a time. And now they're like back ordered. So like I don't have that. And like we had to like emergency have someone like Instacart bring us some kitty litter the other day. And now I feel bad. My little office in my house, I actually got a live stream on Friday that I'll be doing from there. My office in my house, I share with my cat. And now she doesn't have her automatic kitty litter. It's just this open thing. I feel bad. I feel like she's struggling. I feel like she's in poverty. She went from, a nice Lux automatic kitty litter to the old school kitty litter. I feel like I downgraded her, and I don't want her living like that. I didn't work this hard and bring her into this luxury, lavish lifestyle to bring her back. Sean is in Syracuse on the Fan next. What's up, Sean?
Steve, how are you?
Good, hanging out.
I've got a couple points to make, but then I'm around some cat owners, and they're wondering. They don't want me to talk about that, but they're wondering
what I did with the kitty litter situation. It's just one of those regular cardboard open kitty litters now, and the poop is there, but the automatic one is like a spaceship that she could go in, and then it's like it cleans and pushes the poop underneath. It's really nice.
I was literally on mute, and I'm looking at my friends, and I'm like, well, he's got to be doing well to have these issues. But all right, neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. We're talking about the Mets pitching, and I don't. It's insane, but I don't know about Senga or Minaya. And the reason for my call is it seems like a Nolan McLean thing where Brandon Sproat is kicking butt up here in Syracuse. I think he's going to be next in the next week. And then, we won't talk about Jonah Tong yet, I guess. But, I saw him down in Atlanta for the minor league all-star game, which I wish you were there. You missed a heck of a time, but I understand why you weren't there.
I wish I was there, too. But I saw a lot of his interviews and him down there as well, and he looks the part. He's next. CeCe was hitting home runs in the Celebrity All-Star game, by the way. I did think of you no matter what. But Jonah Tong just got called up to Syracuse. I feel like I don't know, David Stearns, and granted, Corday Senga, to your point before I called in, I believe he's making $14 million. Not that big of a number, but I feel like this is all in David Stearns' plan, but he needs one quick. To your point that you've been making, he needs one quick, but I feel like Sproat and maybe Tong, but definitely Sproat, they're going to make an impact quickly. Yeah, and it's got to happen soon because you're running out of time here. And like I'll take it from here, but shout out to you, Sean. I'll be in Philly for the All-Star game next year. I really wanted to be in Atlanta, but once you have a kid, that's another thing, too. Take your time having kids. Once you have a kid, it's just like, I don't want to bring my kid with me. Definitely not in the terrible twos. And then I also feel bad, like, telling my wife, like, I'm going to get on a flight, go to the A for 4 days, and, like, good luck with my son. Like, she works full-time, too. Anyway, the thing about Nolan McLean is, like, not only did he bring a compete level and a buzz and an energy, the Mariners lineup, as vaunted as they are, they never saw him. Even if they can look at, like, minor league film and what pitches he throws, it's way different than facing him in a game. So there's something to be said now, and rosters are going to expand, and you're going to have September call-ups. There's something to be said now of, like, hey, you've gone through this whole season and guys aren't cutting it. Bring in some new energy, bring in some new arms that guys have never seen, and maybe it can help you out because the Mets have to make the postseason. The Mets have to make the postseason. And if the pitching hasn't been good enough, the starting pitching is not good enough, anything goes. David Stearns, we're all looking at you now. Like, you're supposed to have a plan for 162 games, and it was good for the first, 60 games. It hasn't been good since. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down. I'm running out of time, but we got Mets fans on the line. We got some Yankee fans on the line. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'm also on at 10 a.m., so when I come back, we'll take the rest of these calls, and then when you hear me fill in for BT and Sal, it'll probably sound exactly the same. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Mets Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
This is Alex Schulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 323232. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay. Less than 20 minutes of this little show, this little 2-hour KM to AM. It's all good. You know, the night before we had the rain delay, so I had a 30-minute show. And they played in the extras tonight, so a little 2-hour show, but Programming alert, reminder, 10 a.m. If some of you will still be up or go to sleep or wake up or whatever, I'll be on BT and Sal. Or if you're like me, like I usually leave here and listen to Big Mac show till like 3 or 4 in the morning, go to sleep. And then I'm probably up by 10 just because I can't lay in the bed any longer, 10:30, and then I start BT and Sal show from the beginning. And then with the commercials, you can skip ahead and catch up. And then boom, by like 11:30, 12, I'm caught up. So I plan on unpacking a lot more than just last night's games. You know, there's some things happening in the NFL with trades. The Jets made a trade for a defensive tackle. Sky Moore was traded from the Chiefs, as, you know, the Jets are, I think, in the market for another wide receiver. Sky Moore gets traded to the 49ers. But yeah, for now, we'll just stick with the phones. And I think the reaction to the Mets losing 5-4 tonight, there was a Clayton Beater sighting in this game, Yankee fans. You guys remember Clayton Beater? Clayton Beater was the arm that the Yankees got from the Dodgers when they traded Joey Gallo away. And Clayton Beater made a couple appearances for the Yankees this year, but really had no value to them. I mean, they brought in Clayton Beater, the Nationals did. They brought in Clayton Beater for a scoreless 8th tonight. I'm like, would you look at this? Clayton Beater. So there's something with the Mets going down meekly in the last 3 innings. You've seen it all year. And, you know, I know Juan Soto is great, and he's got 31 home runs and 20 stolen bases. And people are going to tell you, like, yeah, positive Tommy again. I don't know how he does it, man. He comes up with ways. Juan Soto's having the most underappreciated. No one is underappreciated making that dollar amount. And I think what we're seeing with Juan Soto is what we appreciated about him was his clutchness. What we appreciated about him was his clutch gene, his ability to always come through in the clutch, where, like, you know, he had a 2-pitch at bat tonight that, to me, I'm like, yo, what happened to this guy? Yes, I know he's Juan Soto, but, like, I watched him last year where he's not having a called strike and then an in-play out. Let's see, against Ogasawara, the Japanese reliever, the left-handed reliever that comes in to face him. He had a 3-pitch at bat against this dude late in the game, and it's like, yo, if you have a better at bat and you wait for your pitch to hit, no, it was a 2-pitch at bat. And he could have, I don't know, he could have hit a Juan Solo shot to tie the game. Like, there hasn't been enough of those moments. Those are the moments you pay for, right? You go get a Juan Soto and you pay him the big bucks, the extra money. He shouldn't be making more than Aaron Judge. But you know what you say? You justify it by saying he's more clutch than Aaron Judge. In the big moments, he's going to come up clutch. Judge folds, so he's worth the money because when we need him the most, he's going to be there. He hasn't been there. And so now what you've heard me say all year is get him in October. He's like that in October. Get him in October. Like he's got a slow heartbeat in October. It's going to be the same for him as it was in June when he won Player of the Month. Now you're on the fringe of not being sure whether you're going to get to October because of the pitching or the bullpen or the lineup. Francisco Alvarez is done. Like, it's tough. David Stearns, who's supposed to be the president of baseball operations, constantly massaging this roster and finding answers. We need some answers. Tim is in West Orange on the Fan. What's up, Tim?
Hey, Keith. How you doing? Hope your family is good.
We are good. Thanks for calling.
Good. I wanted to talk about the Mets and a couple of pitching prospects I think that deserve to be up in the big club. But first with the Mets, I haven't seen that feel-good moment from, like, last year where they had every game, it seemed like they had a big moment. There was a different hero every day.
Yeah.
And they haven't had that
They were inevitable.
feel-good moment yet.
They were inevitable last year.
Exactly.
It was like you knew it was coming. I watched all the games. But, you know, they had a lot of different guys. It was like Jose Iglesias will have an infield single that he just... Harrison Bader will hit one out. Obviously, Lindor. Soto wasn't there. Alonso. I don't know. JD Martinez.
Yeah,
it was just a different...
Vientos.
Yeah, it was a different energy.
Yeah, there was a different energy with last year's team compared to this year's team. But I wanted to talk about. I think Brandon Sproat's the next pitcher to come up within the next week or so.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, but I do believe Jonah Tong doesn't need that much seasoning in AAA because I followed him since he was in AA, and this kid is for real, and he's got the moxie that I think can play in New York, kind of like Matt Harvey did.
Yeah.
He's not as big as Matt Harvey, but he's got that energy that Harvey had, and I think Jonah Tong would be a big shot in the arm for this rotation.
All he's got to do is dominate.
I just want to know what you thought.
If he dominates his next couple of starts, thanks for the call, Tim. Why not? They need something. Maybe they wait to have Sproat come up at home against the Phillies, against the Marlins. But they need something. Kodai Senga is not it. Clay Holmes, you're not sure what you're going to get. Clay Holmes had a good enough outing the other night, but like how his outing started, he beamed a Rosarena in the head. It's like, what the hell? And like I'm worried about, like, Luis Torrens is an issue. Hayden Sanger is an issue. Luis Torrens is not going to bring his bat, and he's supposed to be a defensive guy, but he's had multiple catcher's interferences, errors. He tried to scoop the ball with his catcher's mask this year. That's your primary catcher now. And I don't know, Alvarez being hurt, it hurts you on both sides. More obviously in the lineup, but also affects your pitching. And you're working with Luis Torrens, who was $100,000 that you gave to Brian Cashman for. And that $100,000, you've gotten the return on investment. Now it's kind of just like, well, he's a fringe major league player. Hayden Sanger is a minor league player. And those guys are going to be relied upon. And there's no other answer with that. You traded for Cedric Mullins, who Cedric Mullins is all right, but they should have traded for a starter, man. And if you weren't going to trade for a starter, that would have to mean that you feel good about the development of your young guys. Nolan McLean, they expect you to, do it again. Brandon Sproat, you'll probably be next. Tyler McGill, you got to come back at some point. Frankie Montas is in the bullpen. They could move Clay Holmes into the bullpen. Sean Manaea, we got to see what he's got. And you expect David Peterson to be solid because he's been the most solid of all of those guys all year. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan. Next, what's up, Phil?
Hi, Chief.
Hey.
Keith, I watched the game tonight, and the first thing that struck me, that they're always playing come from behind baseball. And against a team that's in last place. Now, I know any given time, it's still a major league team. They can come up and hurt you.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. They get the bottom of the lineup in there. I don't understand Carlos Mendoza sleeping, what he's doing. But you can see that these guys on the bottom are weak. And I know Alvarez is hurt. He's away for like 10 days, 2 weeks. Lorenz, I don't know what he's doing. They have to come up with something because right now it doesn't look good for them.
Yeah, and you're running out of time and you're running out of options and answers. Thanks for the call, Phil. That's what I was saying before about, like, the hits keep coming. You lose Francisco Alvarez and it feels like, man, like, what else? Like, something's got to give. Like, it's just not our year. And you might not feel like that. You got to believe, keep the hope alive, all that. But then, like, in a game against the Nationals with Kodai Senga on the mound where he was good for the first two, then he gives up 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. You are playing from behind and it's like, okay, these guys got to rally. They do rally, but it's not enough. It's ultimately not enough. And I think Juan Soto's last at bat, I think I tweeted, I'm like, I hope Soto gets up again. And he didn't get up again. And it's not all about Juan Soto, but it is. Like, he's supposed to affect the game. He's supposed to be the clutch one that hit a solo shot to tie the game. He's the only one that I'm thinking is able to do it. I know Lindor's been going better. I know Pete Alonso's got the most homers, but it's like, he's got the most homers in franchise history, but it's like Juan Soto's supposed to be the difference. You went out and got him and gave him all that money because he's supposed to put you over the top. And I think it was his at bat in the 6th. Yeah, Juan Soto grounded out 2-pitch at bat against Ogasawara, and I'm like, that can't be his last at bat of the game. He's not going to bat again. Marte strikes out after him. Marte only in the game because Nimmo went down. Like, this lineup and this pitching staff shouldn't be so thin, but here we are. I don't have the answers. David Stern's got to have the answers. Jerry's in Bergen County next on the Fan. Hello, Jerry.
Hey, how you doing, Keith?
Good,
Thanks
good.
for taking my call. So I just want to follow up on what you were saying. I'm like really disappointed in Soto. I mean, I remember last year, and you hit the nail on the head talking about Severino, because I wanted to mention him. The Mets, I think as soon as they signed Soto, they just, that's it. They figured we're good, for the most part.
Yeah.
Like they didn't, the Yankees, at least, when they lost Soto, they went and got Fried. They got Bellinger, who I loved. I loved when he was, I don't like the Dodgers, but I like individual players. He's a great fielder. He had that one-off year. He's a great athlete, great arm. He's hitting the ball. You need an outfielder. I mean, Tyrone Taylor he was hitting a little better in the beginning of the season, but he's a fourth outfielder at best. But with Soto, so the Yankees kind of, they did good with their signing. The Mets, and even if you go back a couple of years and you look at the lineup that the Padres had, San Diego, when they had Soto. Mm-hmm. So you got Soto, and I'm talking just offensively here. You got Manny Machado, you got Fernando Tatis Jr., you got Soto, and then compare that to this lineup where, calling them the Fab Four. You got Lindor, you got Alonso, and you throw in Soto, and then whoever else you want. If you ask me, I would think the San Diego lineup is stronger with Soto, and they didn't win it with them then. So to me, he's like a mercenary. Now we got him for 10, 15 years, but we need to win like you're saying now. The clock is ticking. And, everybody's like, the Met fans, I'm a long-time suffering Met fan, like a lot of people. We're not little brother anymore. And you know what? If the Yankees weren't on a, spiraling a couple of weeks ago, which they managed to turn it around, like that game where they lost to the Marlins, 12-13. It was horrible. They turned it around. They're not playing good teams, but they're doing what they need to do for now. But like you said, they got to face Boston, and like you said, I take a split in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
The Mets can't afford to lose any more games.
No, you got to sweep the Nationals, and now you can't. But you got before you face the Phillies and even the Marlins, who are scrappier, and I just laid out your upcoming schedule, it is getting worrisome. You have to face the Tigers for 3 in their building, the Reds for 3 in their building, and then 4 against the Phillies. It's are they going to sweep those teams with this pitching? I don't know. Juan Soto's got to turn it on. All I heard was Juan Soto turned it on in June, and Juan Soto should have been an all-star, and Juan Soto's having his year. But it's no, it's about the moments that you hit those home runs. It's about the game-changing moments for the lead, with capitalizing with runners in scoring position. That's why they pay you, because you're supposed to be automatic, Sotomatic in those moments. Thanks for the call, Jerry. And with the Yankees, and I know we just always compare the Yankees and Mets because that's what we do. We're in New York and we share the same radio station and we're neighbors and whatever. You can't avoid it. But it is crazy because Yankee fans saw Soto be the difference last year, where he masked a lot of the holes and issues that the Yankees had. The Yankees were out there with Alex Verdugo and Anthony Rizzo starting in the World Series. They're not in Major League Baseball right now. The tandem of Soto and Judge was enough to win us a lot of games. I don't know. The Yankees going to get Soto was something that they had to do to sell tickets. The Mets going to get Soto, it sold tickets, but they shouldn't have stopped short of building this team. They shouldn't have stopped short of bringing back pieces from last year. Bring back Soto, but then bring back the guys that helped you get to where you went, and not saying, Griffin Canning, Clay Holmes, Frankie Montas, you guys come in, it'll work. Injuries have hurt you. You went and got Jose Siri. Haven't had him. AJ Minter, haven't had him. Griffin Canning's hurt, haven't had him. Some of the guys that you do have weren't available for long. The Mets need more, because if the Mets miss the postseason, it's going to be a laughing stock. And I'll be laughing too. I'm not laughing right now, but that's when it's going to turn. That's when everybody in baseball is going to be like, yeah, well, You won the winter meetings, but what did you win? Dave is in Rockland County on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
I have a bit of a hot take. I think they should have left Schlittler for a bit longer. I think they might have had at least one less run.
No, Luke Weaver came in, and I think the kid had never gone this deep in the game, and they're going to need him the rest of this year. He went 97 pitches, right? 95 pitches.
Right.
I felt like if they were going to take him out, once Chandler Simpson gets that knock, take him out. But instead, they let him fight, and he was able to strike out Yandy Diaz, and then there was the steal, and then he had the walk, and even Susan said he was beating himself up over the walks. And then obviously the runs came in the score, but whatever, it is what it is. He had a good night, 6 innings, he made history.
Yeah, solid. Also, what the heck was that with Caballero today?
I think he's just way too comfortable. I was hearing a lot about how, he obviously played there, and he knows a lot of the, people that work in the organization. And, now that he's playing every day, I guess he thinks he's as important as, a Aaron Judge or a Cody Bellinger. Him mouthing off with the umpires, it was just stupid. Boone addressed it, but you got to be smarter. Stanton is in the game, and the moves that were just made, you cannot shut up. You cannot get thrown out in that situation. There's nothing worth it in the end of the game, because now, no, I don't know. Caballero, I think, is he's literally a pest, but he's so annoying. Everybody's annoyed with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he almost cost us. Thanks for the call, Dave. Last call of the night goes to Justin in Floral Park.
Keith, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. Glad that they won. They handled business. We got to see some, history for 6 innings, thinking we were going to see a perfect game, whatever.
Yeah. Keith, I just finished my last game here. We went 4-2 in Cooperstown. We got playoffs tomorrow. Literally just finished the game. Beat a team from Virginia, 21-7. My son is hitting .565, which is not even the best on the team.
Great.
And he's also not giving up a run. So we got playoff time. We're in a tough pool. Smithtown, I'm not sure if you know, was in the Little League World Series. They lost to Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm.
They're here. So we're in their bracket. It's going to be very tough. Anyway, Chief, as far as the Yankees go, I called you a month ago. I said, get me to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Chief, unlike you, we're taking 3 out of 4 from these bums, these bozos, these Red Sox are done. They're done. Do you know what I mean? They're overrated. They're scum. I hate Boston. All sports, you know how I feel.
Love
I'm
it.
a Bills fan, Knicks fan, Lakers fan, Yankee fan. Screw the Patriots. Screw the Celtics. Screw the Bruins. And let's go Yankees. Take 3 out of 4. Core's a cheater. And let's go Yanks.
Yeah, Justin, I'm with you. But, I don't have to remind y'all, Hunter Dobbins, who lied and said that his dad was drafted by the Yankees and, was friends with Andy Pettitte. Yeah, he shoved against the Yankees twice. Remember Jazz talking about, free smoke, free smoke? There was no free smoke to be had. It was all the smoke, the Red Sox brought all the smoke. The last time we faced the Red Sox in Fenway, we were swept. The week before that, the Yankees had scored. I was at that game. Shout out to Ray Martell. I remember pulling up on Ray Martell, Boston Red Sox fan. The Yankees had scored 5 runs in the first inning, and boy, did they need them. They won that game 9-6, and they haven't won a game against the Red Sox since. So, yeah, unlike me, I only go off of what I've seen and what I know. I would love for the Yankees to prove me wrong and go out there and beat the Red Sox tonight. I'll be there, and Friday I'll be there, and take 3 out of 4. Coming up next, Anthony Gallo, and make sure you tune in on YouTube. See you at 10. I'm out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I need my glasses.
I was reading the wrong column.
I can't see a thing without my glasses.
Damn straight.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnerman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Yankees playing home run derby in
Volpe holds. Here's a pitch. Swing on, drive to left. Deep to left. Carry. Goodbye! Big G does it again! A 2-run homer for Giancarlo Stanton. And the Yankees have a 5-3 lead here in the 10th inning. The man is on fire!
Dave Sims the call here on The Fan. 6-4 Yankees beat the Rays in a wild game. Rookie Cam Schlittler retired the first 18 Rays he faced. David Bednar blew a 2-run lead in the 9th, though. Stanton and Austin Wells homered in the 10th before Devin Williams survived a rocky start to finish the game. The Yankees homered 5 times after racking up 9 on Tuesday. That ties a major league record for homers in a 2-game series at 14. The Yanks have won 5 straight. The Mets see their recent progress stall in D.C. A 5-4 loss to the Nationals. Brandon Nimmo left with neck stiffness. Nimmo has a history of neck problems. A bulging disc cost him most of the 2019 season. Manager Carlos Mendoza said Nimmo is day-to-day. Reds lose to the Angels, so the Mets remain a game up for the final wildcard spot in the NL. And the Jets trade for 2 defensive tackles, one being Harrison Phillips in a trade with the Vikings, the other being Juwan Brown in a separate deal with the Browns. The Jets will send out 3 6th-round picks in all and swap 7th-rounders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 1019 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on The Fan. I've got you all the way till 5 a.m. filling in again for the great Chris McMonagle. For 2 more nights, I've got you. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. I'm in good spirits. Even after a disastrous Mets loss, the Yankees give us some hope to hang on to yet again. And we've got a couple of Jets trades as we inch closer to the NFL season. But we start, which should have been another night. You know, I was on a good run here. You know, 4 straight nights of positivity, and tonight I can't do it. After the Mets go out there and give us a disastrous performance, an embarrassing performance against a minor league team, against a team with 1 good batter, against a team with pitchers that, unless you play fantasy baseball, let's be honest, you have no idea who any of these guys are. And I'll start first with Kodai Senga. You know, I've been a Kodai Senga defender. I've sat here, you know, multiple times and tried to tell you that this guy has the stuff to be a great pitcher. And yes, he is talented, but he lacks the moxie. He lacks the mental fortitude to carry this team at times when they need it. And tonight, they needed him to carry it. We're not asking him to anchor the staff every week. But tonight, they needed a legit start from him. And one mistake, and it all goes down the drain. One mistake, and he folds very quickly. They're going nowhere if this guy has to pitch meaningful baseball games down the stretch. And yes, I do believe he has all the talent in the world. But anytime they need a big start from him, and tonight was a big start. I don't care if it's against the Washington Nationals. When the Phillies win and the Reds are right on your heels, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. You have to go out there and get the job done. And again, he falls on his face. And unlike the guy who we'll get through tonight, Sean Manaea, who we can explain some of his struggles away to his injury, you know, pitching with the loose body in his elbow, Kodai Senga does not have that excuse. You know, last year we saw him for 1 start and a couple of opening, you know, pseudo starts in the playoffs. And that was because he wasn't 100%. And this guy needed 100% to be on the mound. And this year, sure, I'm sure he's not 100%, but he's not dealing with an arm issue. He makes one mistake, and the guy turns into a head case and gets teed off by a minor league team. That is a team with 8 automatic outs in it. So whether it's his actual playing on the field or the fact you can't rely on his health, Kodai Senga is too inconsistent to be relied on. And unfortunately, the Mets need to rely on him. He has yet to show once in his Mets tenure that he could show up and have a major start. And I'm sorry, like, you make a mistake, fine. But this guy makes one mistake and unravels. the sky is falling the second there is a hiccup. In Milwaukee, 3 starts ago, it's a missed ground ball by him, and the wheels come off. Tonight, it's a bad strike call, which everyone deals with. The Mets got their fair share of the benefit of the doubt with strike calls like the Mullins, which should have been strike 3 with the bases loaded, and he gets another chance. It gives you nothing. Over his last 7 starts, since Kodai Senga's been back, he's given up 7 homers. He's got a 5.23 ERA. He's given up 18 earned runs. He's been awful. Outside of 1 or 2 starts, and one of those starts is that start in Milwaukee, where, yes, the numbers did not indicate a terrible start, but the results were not what the Mets needed. So you go out there and you trot this guy out there, and he cannot get the job done. He can't pick up the offense, and then the offense can't pick him up. And that's the other issue. The Mets have a Kodai Senga issue, and it sucks to do this because, they were trending in the right direction, in my opinion. But yet again, they go out there and have a letdown. They battle back. They show a little bit of fortitude. But earlier in that game, the first 4 innings, they had multiple opportunities to come through. And then you have the inning with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. Mendoza allows Senga to pitch to Josh Bell, which maybe he shouldn't have even been in that situation. But it doesn't matter. This guy should be relied on to get the job done. And he can't be. So now they have a Kodai Senga issue. And then the Mets have an offense that does not get the job done when they need it most. An unclutch, uninspiring, in crunch time offense. The big 4 guys are going, sure. Soto's on his way to actually a really good season. Alonso's having an amazing season. Lindor's red hot. And this is not an individual thing about any of those guys. It is the entire unit. Vientos starting to hit a little bit, giving you something. And, he does get, a double today, so he keeps that going. But, Beatty hits the home run, but his previous at-bat, he doesn't get the job done. And they continue to let you down in the biggest moments. I understand they scored 4 runs tonight, and they shouldn't be the focal point of my ire. But between Senga not being able to pick his team up in a moment that they need him to pick the team up, and then the offense turning around and not being able to come through with multiple opportunities, it's almost more frustrating. There's part of me that wants to say, they battled tonight and they had the opportunities, they didn't come through. But when you have a season of not coming through in these opportunities, it's tough to give them that benefit of the doubt. It's almost would have been easier to just lay the blame all on Senga if there were no opportunities for this team to come back. But that wasn't the case. Multiple chances with guys in scoring position. Twice, Torrens left runners at scoring position with 2 outs. Beatty did it once, obviously the double earlier in the game prior to the home run. They leave 5 guys on base. They're 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position. And if that's, 2 for 7, you're like, that's pretty good for this Mets team. And it's awful when you look at just a major league offense. So tonight has now turned into a must-win. You have to win this series. I've been saying it for the last 3 days. You have to go out there and win these series. You cannot go 3-3. You go 1-2 against the Nationals and you take the series against the Braves. I'm not going to feel any better just because they won a series against the Braves. You have to win tonight and take 2 out of 3 minimum this weekend. And tonight, with Sean and I on the mound, not 100%, is now a must-win. The Reds give you a gift tonight by losing to a terrible Angels team. And, you can almost thank Jose Peraza, former Yankee, for that. But you go out there tonight, you get a gift. You could have gained a game on the Reds. And I know you're not thinking about that in the moment. You're just thinking about winning the game. But they didn't do that. So you sit there a game above the Reds. You gain no ground. Again, another loss by a team you're competing with, and you gain no ground. You lose ground to the Phillies, the Cubs, the Padres. And the cycle continues. And yeah, I will forgive Senga's performance, but I will forgive tonight's performance as a whole from the Mets if they go out there and take this series from the Nationals and keep pushing forward. Because here's the key is, this team hasn't been, it's one thing if we're looking at a team that hasn't been playing putrid baseball since the beginning of June, specifically June 13th. You could forgive a hiccup like this if you didn't have the lack of confidence that they're going to be able to come back and get back in the winning mindset, take the step in the right direction. Look at the Yankees. They got punched in the mouth tonight, and they punched back. The Mets lack that right now. If they're not blowing teams out, they're not winning games. And that is unsustainable. They have no semblance. They are completely different from what they were last year. A team that battled in every game and won how many one-run games and battled back. If this is a front-running team. If they don't blow you out, they are not winning games. Every one of their wins in August has been a blowout outside of the Nolan McLean start. And no, it's not just a pitching thing. At times, the offense has to get the job done. At times, you have to show a little bit of fortitude in close games. Because the bullpen did its job tonight. Rodgers came in, got them out of a jam. They went out there, put up zeros, and the offense couldn't come through. Whether it's early on, leaving guys on base, or not being able to come through in the sixth inning to drive in a run. I think it was the sixth. Torrens grounding out at the end of the game, absolutely crushing me. And, disagreed a little bit with Fleeg's pre-show as we were talking about it. I'm sorry. I can't see Torrens in that spot. I can't do it. And you can't, it's not on Torrens that they lost this game, but you can't go up there consistently in moments that you need a big hit. Cedric Mullins, they traded for him. He's got to come through there. Somebody has to come through, and obviously, Torrens right after that. Somebody has to come through there. And you have that moment. There's a couple times where the ball's being hit hard. I forget which inning. It might have been the fifth inning where, Beatty gets that run in. They get another hit. And then there's the ball rocketed at Josh Bell, and he makes a great play. Fine. But a lot of these at-bats at big moments are pitiful. The Beatty at-bat when Vientos on second earlier in the game. The Mullins at-bat later in the game. And you got to hope that we start getting a little lucky, and when these moments are coming up, we're running into Lindor, Soto, or Alonso. And now you may be out with Nimmo for a while. So Vientos and Mauricio are going to get their time. If Nimmo misses, let's just say it's short, and he misses the Atlanta series tonight and the Atlanta series. I'm sure McNeil plays left field. Maybe they throw Marte out there for one game. And then you're going to have Beatty at second or Mauricio at second. And then Vientos and whoever else sharing time at third. And right now, you got to play the hot hand. You got to play Vientos. I know his numbers aren't gaudy, but he's got a hit. He's got an extra base hit in 3 straight games. You got to keep playing him. And the problem is, as much as I'm saying you got to pinch hit with Mauricio for Torrance at the end of the game, it's not like I'm expecting confidence there. I'm just hoping that you don't ground into a double play and you give Lindor a chance to tie this thing up when he's going right. And you know he was chomping at the bit. You know, they challenged that call at the end of the game they had the challenge. Why waste it? So you're sitting there and you're hoping, and Lindor's standing in the batter's box praying that maybe the umps blow this one and they say the guy wasn't out. And they don't get a chance. They're not competitive in major moments. And yes, right now, overall, they feel like they're trending in the right direction. But a loss like tonight just takes the wind out of your sails. It just takes all momentum. So Minaya has to go out there and give you a big start against a crappy team. And the fact that I can't bank on it is a terrible feeling. And they have a gauntlet of a stretch. You know, they get a little bit of a gift with this end of August schedule, but it's not like your next 3 series. The Braves are a bad team that play good against you. The Phillies are a great team. The Marlins are a team that's, middle of the road, but they are not a team that you could just walk all over. This Nationals team should be a team that you're teeing off on. So as much as I want to be excited about the Mets, and their offense has been way more consistent than it hasn't been, June and July, it doesn't feel like it's the same offense. It has been more consistent. They've scored less than 4 runs a handful of times. They've scored 6 runs, 7 of their last 16 games. But it's not good enough. And you drop another one against a crappy Nationals team. A team that they have one guy over an 800 OPS. They have 2 guys, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, that are productive major league hitters. And that's not who killed them tonight. Woods hasn't done anything. Abrams hasn't done anything. I don't want to just crush Josh Bell, but he is washed up at this point. He's hit 229. At one point he was a beast. He's not that anymore. And it's just another in a long line of Kodai Senga disappointments. So you recalibrate and you hope that tonight they go out there and they get the job done. On the other side, it is refreshing to see the Yankees get the job done and continue to mash and they continue to stay hot. And they gain another game on the Mariners. And they gain another game on the Blue Jays. And they gain another game on the Astros. And they gain a half game on the Red Sox. They didn't play today. So tonight is as must-win against a under 500 team at the end of August that you could have. Tonight is, mid-August against a team with 75 losses. It's the most must-win a situation can ever be. And that's where the Mets sit. Facing this Nationals team, and you feel like you have this daunting task. And now Sean Manaea has to go out there, loose bodies and all, and get the job done. 888-808-1019. Is there anything, I know I've completely switched my tune now. I've lost the excitement that I've had for the last few days. Is there anything to latch your hat on? Is there, do we even expect Sean Manaea to get the job done? And if Brandon Nimmo's out, what are the options? 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll reset. We'll talk. Continue this Mets conversation. We'll dive into the more positive stuff a little later with the Yankees. We'll break down some of the Jets' movement over the day as well. I got you till 5 a.m. Anthony Gallo filling in for C-Mac. Back after this.
From the first pitch to the final whistle, WFAN delivers wall-to-wall Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets coverage. Because in New York, every game matters. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard. My wife Kim and I lost our 2-year-old son Stewie to a drowning accident. Do you know what we learned? If everyone is watching, no one is watching. Don't take your eyes off your child. When Kim and I are around the water with our grandsons, our phones are down and our eyes are open. Be safe. Phones down, eyes open. Learn more at stewietheduck.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call, as always. If you miss any of the action tonight, you can always use the Odyssey app, use the rewind function. You miss anything from Keith or me, you can also go on YouTube and check out the new YouTube live stream, which archives every day. And I saw in the chat, I wanted to bring it up, a little shout out to C-Mac, who's traversing the hills of Palermo. John, or who's it? Dustin says C-Mac's probably having the most amazing meats and cheeses. And I'm very jealous. Although I did have one of the best meals I think I've ever had. Well, not ever, but it's definitely up there. Went to a spot in Bay Ridge called Brooklyn Roots, which was fire. Been trying to go there for 2 years and just, not like it, I couldn't get there, just timing. Me and my girlfriend went out there and the food was excellent. I ate my face off, had a nice little cheat day, which is, for me, sets me back 3 weeks, but a little spaghetti, chicken marsala, fried artichokes. Whew. Amazing. And it got me in a good mood. Because honestly, if not, the Mets would have, absolutely ruined my night, which they did, but the food is keeping me going. And it's also, I don't know how you guys are as fans, but I sit here and every night, you stress eat, you emotionally eat because your team stinks. Football's better because, everyone's just like, oh, there's food already in front of you. Baseball, it's like every night you're going into the cabinet, knocking away the dust, finding something to aid you when you lose to a terrible 25-game-under national team. And the key thing is that pisses me off, and Senga has the talent. He clearly has the talent, but he does not have the mental fortitude to weather adversity. And I don't know if it's an extension of battling injuries the last 2 years or what happened in the postseason, which I was never in favor of bringing him back to throw 2 innings in the postseason. But the guy crumbles. He folds quicker. I was trying to come up with a good analogy there. But the guy melts down. He's like Elphaba in Wizard of Oz. The second he gets hit with a little bit of water, he's done for. Let's kick off the calls. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Victor in Manhattan. What's going on, Victor?
What's up, Anthony?
What's up, dude?
He folds like a cheap suit.
Thank you. You know what, dude? I wanted to say that. And I was like, I don't know if that's the saying.
He's terrible. So this is the thing, right? He was terrible today. He was god awful.
He was, and I'll just finish in a second. The thing is, too, he for a little bit looked like he was going to be fine, and then one thing happens to him, and he melts down.
Yeah, he completely melts. I have this loss on the offense because, dude, you get the 2 doubles in a row, 2 clutch doubles. Yep. You're down 5-4. That was a huge hit by McNeil. That was a massive hit down the line. You have you have men on second, 1 out. You get an error, bro, against the Nationals. The Nationals are gagging. They know this is over. We stink. Yep. We're going to lose this game. First and third, 1 out. Beatty works a walk. You have the bases loaded. Mullins, you have a 3-2 count, bro. You're going to get a fastball down the middle. You're a major league ball player. You've been in the league about 10 years. You get a 94-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle. You can't catch up to that, bro, and smoke that?
Or even just give me a blue pit. And you know what the worst part about it, Victor?
The ball up. It's crazy.
You know what the worst part about that at bat is? He was gifted an extra strike.
Yeah, that was a strike. That was a strike. He should have been out.
It was, and I was just telling Fleegs, I don't know if you were listening with the sound on. Gary and Keith's reaction, they were astonished it wasn't called a strike.
They're like, that was a strike. And then, bro, I played ball, so I mean, I'm not great like these guys, but I play baseball. Dude, you kill for a 3-2 fastball down the middle. You know what's coming.
Well,
you know exactly what's coming.
These guys face such great pitching nowadays. And I know us growing up, 94 was like what, was a great, consistent fastball. Now 94 miles an hour to them is like a changeup.
It's batting practice.
And he gets it. He had multiple pitches down the middle. Even the pitch he took that should have been the strike 3 that they gave to him.
He should have smoked that too.
And that's a pitch he lives at the top of the zone. And it was a bad at bat.
Why is Torrens allowed to hit? Now, when Mullins gets the out, dude, you have to pinch hit for Mullins. You don't pinch hit for him, right? They keep saying, "Oh, he hits the ball so hard."
Well,
dude, he's hitting grounders right to the second baseman.
So I'm going to give credit to Fleegs. I appreciate the call, Victor. Great call. I want to give credit to Fleegs because I came in thinking they should have pinched hit for him, but your options are Mauricio and Taylor. Torrens is a higher average against lefties than Mauricio, and that's the options. If Nimmo's not hurt and you never go to Marte, that's where, because I said it to him, I was in and out of, grogginess, and I thought Taylor was the one who got slotted in, and I was like, Marte in that situation. And then even there, I'm saying Mauricio here, and Fleegs is like, they probably go to Taylor in that situation if they pinch hit. So it's not like, again, I'm not sitting here, even if it's Mauricio was the guy they were going to go to, and that's who I wanted, I'm not sitting here because I think he's a lock to get a hit there. I'm just more afraid of this guy grounding into a double play, Torrens, and he does. And I agree with Victor. Like, I am mad at Senga, but the offense has to come through. And it's not just the Mullins at-bat. There's multiple at-bats throughout the game. And the umpire was awful. The umpire was awful on both sides. The problem is, and again, in break, I was just joking with Fleegs about this. I'm thinking Mullins gets that extra strike, he's going to smoke this ball now because that's what happens. But I'm so used to that happening against the Mets. But this Mets team does not make teams pay. Like Victor says, you get that error, you got to make them pay. So it's an embarrassing performance all around, outside of the bullpen. And, Alonso, they come up with big hits. But it just can't happen. Lindor stays hot. And as far as, and Mullins did have 2 hits. Of course, they were 2 hits that did not matter. As far as the lineup goes, Nimmo, healthy or not, I don't need to see him batting third. I don't need to see it. We could argue about should Soto lead off or not, but the top 3 hitters, whether it's Soto or leading off, and then Alonso hitting third. No more Nimmo there. Vientos has given me enough over the last week that I trust him more than, as a power hitter, more than Nimmo or McNeil, so I would hit him fourth. I don't need to see Nimmo there. And hopefully this is not an elongated injury for him because the Mets don't have the depth right now. With Siri and Winker nowhere close to being, on the men's. And just to put it in perspective, Senga has on the year a 2.58 ERA, which, when you're looking at it without any context, you're like, oh, it's amazing. Over his last starts, he's got his last 7 starts, so basically since he's returned from the IL, and I included his first start, which he didn't give up a run, but he was very ineffective in. So his ERA is probably higher than this. He's got a 5.2 ERA in those 7 starts. He's gone 31 innings. So you break that down. That's a little bit over 4 innings a game. 30 hits, 18 earned runs, 7 home runs given up. It's not good enough. And now you're going to have to rely on Sean Manaea to get the freaking job done. And he's got loose bodies in his arm. He's not going to be 100% all year. And you now feel like you have to, if you take care of business tonight, or last night, saying gets the job done, the offense gets the job done. You still want to sweep this Nationals team, but there's less pressure on you. And they're probably dead in the water because they just want to get the Mets out of town. But you have to win tonight. You cannot go into Atlanta head down, getting embarrassed by a team with 75 losses, 24 games under 500 now. They were 25 coming into the day. and then have to take on a team that owns you, that mentally has the edge over you. 888-808-1019. Ed in Poughkeepsie, what's going on, Ed?
Hey, my man, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Excellent. How about Marte in left, alternating back and forth with Mullins riding your hot hand that we talk about, and put Taylor back in center field?
Well, I think they're going to have to make a decision on that. I mean, I have been a proponent of Marte. I mean, at this point, it's probably going to be McNeil in left. But they could go with the two. Taylor probably is a little bit more suited to play left because he's been able to bounce around a bit. I think Mullins they'll keep in center.
Okay.
But either way, I get what you're saying. My thing is, I think Marte's got to be in the lineup, whether it's DH, if you got to sacrifice, defense and put him in left field, you got to do that. But he's got to be in the lineup because he's been a more consistent hitter than most of these guys have been. And as much as I don't like, because even today, Marte comes in, I know he struck out twice, but he comes in, he gets a hit. Even if I don't like McNeil, he's been more consistent than some of their bats, so he's got to play as well. I don't need to see them, shove one of these younger guys in the lineup just to do it. So they have to figure it out, and they're going to have to. Beatty played a little bit of outfield in the minors, so maybe they go that route for a couple of games. But until they get a clearer picture, Ed, on Nimmo, I guess right now maybe that's a possibility. And I wouldn't hate it because Marte is slower in the outfield. He could still go out there. He's a major league player. He could still do it.
He has professional at bats. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Marte,
he does. I appreciate the call, Ed. He 100% gives you professional at bats. I mean, he's been underrated. Listen, he's not the Starling Marte of 2022 that they had. He hasn't actually been the same guy since he hurt his neck or he got a concussion. I forgot what it was in 2023 or actually late 2022. But he's hitting 280 on the year. He's giving you a little bit of pop, not a lot. He's only been able to play. He's only got 200 at-bats. But there's times where, over his last 15 games, he's hitting 347. His last 30 games, he's hitting 320. Again, small sample size. It's only 100 at-bats. You got to play the guy. And now he will. Now, there's no excuse now. If you put McNeil in left or whoever it is, Beatty in left, Marte's got a DH every day. And if I'm making the lineup, I'm going, maybe even elongating it a bit. I'm probably going Lindor and then either Soto or Marte. And if you don't hit Marte second and you hit Soto second, you hit Alonso third and hit Marte fourth. They can't think about a traditional lineup right now. You can't be sitting here saying, well, we got to hit Alonso cleanup. No, you have to get him the most at-bats. And you can't think that the guy hitting behind him is going to be a power hitter because they just don't have that right now. Or maybe you go Vientos and then hit Marte. I don't even care about stacking the righties. I don't care about it anymore. You don't have a good enough... It's not like the Yankees where you can mix and match. And sure, the Yankees lineup is inconsistent, but they have a deeper roster right now of position players where they can mix and match guys. You can go lefty-righty. I don't care about that anymore. I really don't. And maybe, if you hit Soto second, maybe you do hit Marte third, but I'd rather hit Alonso there and just have Marte be the fourth hitter. You want to get a lefty in there, put McNeil behind him, and then go Vientos, Beatty, Mullins, and the catcher. It would be perfect if Alvarez wasn't hurt right now, but they don't have that to work with. And it's just another injury. And you know what? Maybe in a glass half full kind of way, maybe this break that Nimmo will get from just sitting down can help him a little bit. It won't, what Chavez did to his swing, I think it was Chavez, or whoever it was, because the quote was a couple years ago that they tried to tweak his swing so he could get more power, and he's just not been the same guy that he once was. So they're going to, at least the report is 24 to 48 hours he needs to rest. I mean, we've all dealt with a stiff neck. Obviously, this guy being an athlete, it's a little different. So they got to make sure you keep his neck tilted, when you're hitting. Their latest update on Jose Siri, he's scheduled to begin his rehab assignment on August 25th. Mark his first game action since mid-April. He suffered a setback in June. And the earliest you could hope for him to come back, though, is September. And then there's still Winker received epidural on July 18th. This is all from yesterday, these updates. Still has not begun baseball activities and could still return this season, but will need to begin progressing soon. So we may not see Winker this year. And that's a guy that they desperately miss. And I got to be honest, having a Jose Siri in this situation would be a nice little gift, because it's better than having to just trot the same guys out there. At least you can mix it up if Taylor and Mullins aren't doing it. And not that he is any better than those two guys. But that's what I would do. If you're looking at the lineup, and let's say Nimmo misses or even just the next two games. I'm hitting Lindor, Soto, Alonso, and then Marte or Vientos. I'd hit McNeil after that, and then either whichever one, if it's not Marte hitting fourth and it's Vientos, I'd hit Marte sixth, Beatty seventh, Mullins eighth, Torrens ninth. Or even, I do always like that, putting that speedy guy ninth, because you kind of get a wrap around on that second time through the order. It's kind of like you're getting a leadoff hitter a second time around. So maybe, just maybe, he's on base when Lindor and Soto are coming up. But they're going to have to navigate this just like they've tried to navigate everything. They haven't done a good job of it, but they're going to have to navigate this like they've tried to navigate everything all season. And tonight's win would have been massive. I know it would have been just one game, but to have a 2-game lead over the Reds and to stay in pace with the Padres. Because I'd be honest, I'd rather play the Phillies than the Dodgers. You get that second wild card, there's a chance that the Phillies drop down. If not, if you can't host a wild card, because now they're 5.5 back of the Cubs. So obviously they have to get there too, because I'm talking like the Reds aren't right on their back. But it almost would benefit them sitting third, now that I'm looking at it, and take the Cubs over the Dodgers or maybe the Phillies. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because they might not even be, after this weekend, they could be out of playoff standing. And now they're the ones battling upwards. So they got to go out there. You cannot go 3-3 over this Nationals-Braves series heading into the Philly series this coming week. I'll be out there the Tuesday, so you're out there. Come holler at me. 888-808-1019. We'll jump back into the Mets conversation. We obviously have to talk about another gutsy Yankees win, and Giancarlo Stanton continues to rake. The guy's a beast. He's absolutely changed the Yankee season. And for the Mets, they need a starter. Is one of these young guys on the way? All that on the Fan. Anthony Gallo till 5 a.m.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I would never be so brazen to say that I know more baseball than Brian Cashman. And trust me, I'm very tempted to say that, but I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm going to amend it to an extent. He contracts, bylaws, rules, no doubt. General manager, absolute advantage. Brian Cashman. Baseball, absolute advantage. BT.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins. Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm tired of fake fortunes being sold. I'm tired of my times burning rubber on the roads.
That's right, Anthony Gallo, back on the Fans. On the Fans now, I've added plural to that. 888-808-1019. If you're a big FIFA guy, everyone knows that song. You know, one of the iconic, songs from that game. It's turned into one of my favorite songs. So, we have Fleegs, I mentioned the Mets have to have a starter for Monday. And it's against the Phillies. It's a major start. And they have a couple options. The one on the team is Montas. They have Weidel or Hageman and then Sproat. Obviously, Fleegs mentioned to me that it doesn't make sense that McGill pitches Monday because he is not stretched out yet. But you said something to me in the break. Would they go with, one of the three guys that isn't Sproat and then risk being booed mercilessly by the fans? But I don't know if they can operate like that right now. I don't think they can be looking to the fans to be making this decision. And that's what me saying, I would call up Sproat, even if it's just for one start in that situation.
So I totally get where you're coming from, and normally I agree with you. You can't make moves and roster decisions based on fan sentiment,
right.
But I think it does kind of play into it, knowing how great, for two reasons. First one, how great the crowd has been all year.
All year.
We know it's going to be packed next week at Citi Field. It's your first game against the Phillies, and it's another reason why I would. Now, Mendoza said post-game the other day that Peterson is going to be pitching on regular rest his next start, which means Sunday. Whoever's making this spot start, I would do it Sunday in Atlanta. You can have your best pitcher then pitch Monday against the Phillies and avoid this scenario. But it sounds like they're about to have whoever's making this spot start on that Monday, because it's going to be a near sold-out crowd. And the way this team has been feeding off the energy and just how we've seen them not respond in some of these games.
And how they've let toxic energy eat away at them too.
Right. If the fan energy is toxic, I think it can permeate that clubhouse, which it shouldn't be that way, but you get the sense with this group of players that it does work that way.
It does.
That I don't know if it's worth the risk. And then the other baseball reason is just that I don't know how you can make a convincing argument to anybody right now. And I don't like rushing prospects. And I do say, hey, wait until they're ready. But how can you argue that Brandon Sproat right now is not a better option than Montas or the other, or Waddell or Hageman?
Right.
If McGill was stretched out, that'd be an entirely different story.
He would be the one I'd go with.
Of course, yeah.
Because I'm not trusting him to carry the rotation or be a legit starter. One start like that, and we've seen McGill have early success where you get through those first two times with the lineup and he's lights out. It's just the third time through the lineup he stinks. But I'm with you. And it's not even, I don't trust that Sproat's going to come up and necessarily do what McLean did, because now he's facing the Phillies. Although we did see Tidwell have a little bit of success against them earlier in the year. But it's a tough situation. It's funny, though, because the reason why I wanted to bring this up when you said it to me on air, I wasn't even thinking about it, was this group of guys, take Soto out of it, but this core, Lindor, Nimmo, Alonso, McNeil, Marte, I guess you could throw Vientos and Beatty in there, too. They fold when the energy is not right around this team. They are soft as Charmin when things don't go their way. And perfect example, because I remember getting yelled at by Spike in the newsroom. He called me a loser after the Mets lost to the Braves. I'm like, they're not winning a playoff series. And he's like, you're a loser. The fan base is full of losers, and it bleeds into the team, and they're losers. And it's the truth. When things are going well with this team, they're sky high, and when things go bad, they fold.
And for whatever reason, last year was different because they responded last year in a way that we've never seen. But the other years, like in 2022, late in the season.
2021.
Right after Lindor gets hurt and kind of things were going south anyway. 2023, the entire season, people wanted to blame Buck Showalter. This has happened now a lot with this core group of players. For whatever reason, it all adds up to just, again, the baseball reasons and then the off-the-field reasons that can bleed on the field. Maybe they were waiting to see what happened. I checked minor league scores. Waddell's data pitch was Wednesday night, right? So that would put him right on track for Monday. He was horrible tonight for the Syracuse team. Right. 5 runs in 3 2/3 innings. 5 earned runs and an unearned run. You can't bring him up to face the you're starting off that series. If you're still trying to say, hey, we're making a push for the division, maybe we're 6 or 7 games out at that point, but now there's 3 head-to-head games against the team that you're chasing, and that's how you're going to start it off. You can't do it.
It's brutal, and it's tough too, because if they take 2 of 3 from the Braves, but the Sunday night game is the one they lose, and then you go up against the Phillies and you lose again the next day. And I would take a chance, like what you said, pushing Peterson back one day and having the spot start, it's not like Spencer Strider has been very good. I actually think he is, healthy or not, the guy is grossly overrated.
And the Mets crushed him the last time they saw him.
And he got smoked by the White Sox the next start. Like, he is Noah Syndergaard 2.0. No one wants to admit it. I've been saying it for 2 years now. He had a 1 year where we overinflated how good he was. He had like a 3.5 ERA. And we were like, this guy's, him and Senga were battling for the Cy Young. And Senga wasn't even that great that year. And like, that's how, average I think this guy is. So I would take my chances of throwing and they're not a great team. Like, they're a bad team. I don't care that it's the Braves. I'd rather take my chances with a Montas or a Hageman, or even if it is Sproat and you're calling him up, I'd rather it be against him than what the Phillies are right now, which looks like a juggernaut.
I'm hoping that the Mets have just are kind of keeping their plans hidden so nobody gets a competitive advantage, they think, or whatever the reason is, because whether it is Sproat making his major league debut, even though it's in that house of horrors, I'd rather it be against the Braves right now than the Phillies at home with all that pressure and the packed crowd. And even if it is Hagenman, or it wouldn't be Waddell Sunday, but if it's Hagenman or either way, I'd rather them face the Braves right now. And then you get Peterson. Let's say something does go wrong and you lose that game. Then Peterson gets a pitch against the Phillies. You're putting your best against the best and most important team you're facing.
It would be Peterson, Senga. I'm assuming they're going to pitch Senga
Tuesday, and Manaea.
I'll be there Tuesday. Like a dummy, I bought a Senga jersey, so I'll wear my Senga jersey. And it might be the last time I wear it if he doesn't show up. But no, exactly. You'll have your top of the rotation, and you hope, maybe that's why Senga's pitching bad is, I've been a curse for any time I buy a jersey, the guy falls off the face of the planet.
Dude, I always believe I have a jersey curse. I held up his jersey last year. After the All-Star break, they put the 2023 jerseys on sale and in clearance because, remember, they had changed the jersey manufacturer and the font and everything. So I bought a Lindor because we all hated the jerseys last year. So I'm like, great, this is a much better jersey. I held up the Senga, and I almost bought it, and I put it down. I'm like, you know what? I don't need it. It was the night of his return last year, which meant I watched him pitch great for 5 innings and then get hurt. So I just the thought of buying the jersey pretty much ended his season.
Well, I love the road jerseys and the blues. I love, and I was dying to get those blue jerseys, and they had like a sale at the stadium, and I had like some of those Met points or whatever, and he was the plain one was $20 less than a name jersey. I was like, so let me get a name jersey, and it was Alvarez and him. I should have just gotten Alvarez at this point. But then Alvarez probably would have gotten like abducted by aliens or something. I'll put it this way. I had a run where I bought a Santana jersey the last year he pitched, basically, because he got hurt. Obviously, sure, he had a no-hitter. I bought a Javon Walker jersey for the Broncos. He played 11 games, never came back.
It's amazing. That's the second time he's come up this week.
Yes. Al Wilson, one of my favorite football players ever, bought his jersey, neck injury, career over. Like, I have a bad track record. Syndergaard got his jersey. The next year was the year he didn't take the MRI. It's not good. So maybe I'm the blame. Although I did get the Lindor jersey last year, and after I got the jersey, he was an MVP candidate.
That's what I'm thinking, because that same moment with Senga, I did buy the Lindor, and I already had the shirt, but I'm like, you know what? I think they were like $50. I'm like, it's a road gray. I don't have the road gray. Like, let me just get it. And the Senga was the blue, and just thinking about it, and I'm glad I didn't, because I did buy his T-shirt on clearance for $10, and I wore it once, and it was one of his bad starts this year, and I don't know if I'll ever put that thing on again. Hopefully he turns it around.
It's so funny. We have this conversation, and I'll make a joke like this when I'm working during the day, and Tiki will be like, because, he's an athlete, he goes, you guys have no effect over this. He goes, that's very main character syndrome. I remember the one day I told him I was like sitting in fetal position because I thought it was bringing the Mets good luck. He goes, get help, dude. And I was like, well, I obviously need help, and this is not where it starts.
Well, listen, if we don't have an effect on it, then these guys that play for our teams just find ways to fail all the time.
I'm trying to give them an out.
Right, they should want to blame us.
Yeah, I'm trying to give them an out. Like, I talk to Al Cintron all the time, and Al's big on, like, keeping the record of the games he goes to, and I was like, well, I don't do that because a lot of the times I feel like they're losing all these games I go to.
Oh, dude, but the Mets season turned around. We all know that Tampa series, that game. My dad and I were there. We ran into a couple Mets, or a couple of guys from Canada. The younger guy was a Mets fan. He was with his father-in-law, who was a Tigers fan, because they lived close to Detroit.
Okay.
And we had a great conversation. It's fun. We're talking about his travels to the United States. But at one point, he says his record, he said, I come to Citi Field every year. I've never seen them lose. And I went in my mind, oh no. And then he asked, like, how are they? Because he knew we were season ticket holders. How are they this year when you guys are here? I was like, oh no, like, please, like, I don't want to answer this because I had seen one loss and my dad was undefeated, and I knew, I'm like, there's no way, like, there's
Brutal.
no way they're winning tonight. And not only did they not win that night, look what it did to the season.
Wow. Rough. That was the day.
If Tiki wants to blame something else, he's wrong. It was because we had to answer this guy's question.
That's that guy. It's not our fault. It's this guy from Canada. It's his fault. We're going to get Tony from Montreal to figure out who it is. 888-808-1019. That's pretty bad. I've done the travel. I've traveled. I went to Denver. I'm really dating myself. It was a Sunday night game. The Giants were 0-5. The Broncos were, it was the Vance Joseph the first year. It was Sunday night. Broncos were, I think, 4-1, 5-1.
This game knocked me and I think 95% of the WFAN knockout pool out of the pool.
I went with 3 of my buddies who were Giants fans to Denver. And the first time I ever been out there, it was like a pilgrimage. They were out of the game 3 minutes in. And it was Trevor Siemian threw a pick 6. It was a disaster. And my buddies showed up in paper bags on their heads, and they took it off. I've never seen that before, where they took it off before the game even ended. So that's bad. I'm going to London in October for the Broncos-Jets. If they lose, I may never travel again to see any of my teams play. Although that'll be fun either way. It almost doesn't count. 888-808-1019. 1 hour down, 2 hours to go. Anthony Gallo filling in for C-Mac as C-Mac travels along the island of Sicily, the hills of Palermo, probably eating his way through Italy. And we'll get back to the conversation. I do want to talk about the Yankees. And again, Stanton gets the job done. The offense continues to rake. 14 homers in 2 days. It's good to be a Yankee. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Devin Williams saved the day. It's true.
1-2, trying to get loud, trying to end this game. 6-4 Yankees, 2 on. Williams set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He got him! Struck him out! Game over! Victory for the New York Yankees! Devin Williams comes through!
Dave Sims is heard here on the Fan. Williams actually allowed the first 2 Rays batters of the 10th inning to reach before striking out 3 in a row. Next with a memorable win, 6-4 over the Rays. Cam Schlittler retired the first 18 Rays he faced before his perfecto was broken up in the 7th. The bullpen, though, gave up a 3-1 lead in the 9th before Giancarlo Stanton and Austin Wells homered in the 10th. That makes 14 home runs in a 2-game series for the Yankees, tying a major league record held by the 1999 Reds, who had a home run from one Aaron Boone during that stretch. The Yanks have won 5 in a row. The Mets' winning streak is over. Kodai Senga allowed 5 runs, 4 earned over 5+ innings. 5-4. Mets lose to Brad Lord and the Nationals. Mets do catch a break out of town. Reds lose to the Angels 2-1. The Mets remain a game ahead for the final wildcard spot in the National League. And the Jets beef up their defensive line. They acquire 2 defensive tackles. Harrison Phillips from the Vikings and Jawan Briggs from the Browns. In total, the Jets moved 3 6th-round picks and swapped 7th-rounders with Minnesota. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Tell Siri to dial the Fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. The number to call, as always, 888-808-1019. If you're in the YouTube chat, what's going on? You miss any of the show? Use the Odyssey app rewind function. And if you want to follow me on X or IG, my X is Pico_Day_Gallo. My IG, Pico de Gallo 24. I got you for the next tonight, tomorrow night. C-Mac's still out next week, but the great Al Citron has got you covered all next week. And then C-Mac's back just in time for a Yankees playoff run. Giants football, Jets football. Hopefully not a Mets funeral. And away we go. We shift from one side of town to the other side of town where, the Mets can't get out of their own way and the Yankees are starting to look awesome, starting to look like a juggernaut. Again, mashing home runs. Grisham 2 home runs. Stanton a massive home run in the 10th. Austin Wells 2 home runs. How about that? Even he's getting in on the mix. And today, today didn't give me any concern for the bullpen. I know Weaver goes out there, gives up that big bomb in the 8th inning. And that's right after the Yankees extend the lead to 2-0. And then you go out there, or 3-0, I'm sorry. I was looking at the thing, they box score shift over. And, it just cuts the lead a little bit. And Bednar goes out and blows the game. But this is the kind of night where you're looking, you're like, oh, no. Here we go. All the wheels are falling off. The fun's over. And Bednar goes out there, blows the game, but then your bats come up. This guy, Stanton, continues to be a monster. Another, I think it's definitely his second. Correct me if I'm wrong if you guys call in. I think it might be his third pinch hit home run this year, but his second for sure. And then Austin Wells comes up the next at-bat and extends it. So you get the 2-run shot and then a massive insurance run. As, Williams comes in the 9th or in the 10th. And I know Yankee fans, oh, here we go. Here we go. And he gives up that first run unearned because obviously it's the inherited runner. But then gets the 3 strikeouts. And that, between the offense coming up big and saving them, the bullpen struggling. Like, it's such a boost. When I talk about picking your team up, like I said with the Mets, Senga didn't pick his guys up and the offense didn't pick him up. When you get a near, not near perfect game, but perfect through 6, I think it was 6 2/3. Schlittler gets through, and he was lights out. And that's got to give you a lot of confidence when you look at that Yankees rotation that's firing on all cylinders. But you go out there in the bullpen, your 2 best guys don't give you anything. And you're able to battle back and win that game. And a guy you don't trust comes in a major moment and gets the job done. That is momentum building. You were already on fire. Now you're building even more. Your 5th straight win, your 9th win in 11 games. You now continue. And that's something you build off of. How uplifting is it? We've seen it with the Mets. We've seen it with the Yankees before. When you win games despite your best pitchers in the bullpen blowing it, it feels like that guy can breathe. Bednar blows this and you lose. Now you got to worry about him being a head case, like most of these guys are out of the pen. But you go out there and you not only pick him up, Williams gets the job done. Yes, he wasn't perfect, but he gets the job done in a high leverage spot. And that's what you call building. That's exciting. They're now a game and a half up on the Red Sox, 2 games up on the Mariners. And you got a huge Red Sox series this weekend with all the momentum on your side. And that Red Sox team who couldn't beat, the Orioles and couldn't beat the Marlins. Now, obviously, they took 2 or 3 from the Marlins. They couldn't finish off the Marlins. They choke away a game against the Orioles and lose both those games. Their center fielders cursing out fans. And you got all the momentum on your side. The Bronx has got to be crazy this weekend. And you sit there, again, getting excited about this Yankees team and what they're doing. This team continues to battle. They continue to come up big over this stretch. And I told you, it was starting to look this way. And I had people like, oh, you're getting ahead of yourself. They're beating up on bad teams. Who cares? Yeah, the Rays are a bad team. The Rays have had your number at times. They've always been super competitive. Before this series, they were closer to 500 than not. And their best pitcher was on the mound tonight. And now you line up, The pitching probables for the first 3 games because the Red Sox starter on Sunday's not listed. You get Giolito versus Luis Gil. Bayo versus Max Fried. And Crochet versus Will Warren. Let's go. And then Sunday night Sunday night baseball, you got Carlos Rodon on the mound. That's the money right there. Go out there and take the series. You take 3 or 4, the Red Sox are done. I don't care what anyone says. They're done. I tried to tell you this earlier. You know, a lot of people called in. I've heard it from my friends. I got a couple Red Sox fans as friends. People, you know, the Met fan, you know, I'm not this guy, but the Met fan that loves to pile on the Yankee. They were not cooked. They never were cooked. And this is a Red Sox team I was very high on coming into the season. But the things they've showed you now is not what I thought was going to happen. So sure, they're great. But they're 3-7 in their last 10 games. Everybody ahead of the Yankees outside of the Tigers is starting to cool off or play bad baseball. The Yankees are 4 games back in the division. They have a chance of widening the gap in the wild card this weekend. And then possibly starting September on a great note with a series against the Blue Jays. I think it's at the first week of September. Let's see, I got you right now. It's the first week, but the second series. So you get this series against the Red Sox, you play the Nationals, and hopefully the Yankees show the Mets how you deal with the Nationals. You go to Chicago, you go to Houston, and then you're home against the Blue Jays. Who's to say going into that Blue Jays series, you're not looking at possibly at a chance to either get within a game or maybe even tie the division. And again, it doesn't matter what the overall season record is. If you take care of business now, if you beat up on the Red Sox now, if you take that series from the Blue Jays and you're on their heels or even tied with them or a game lead, that's pressure. And that's pressure the Red Sox have dealt with it at times. The Blue Jays have not. Unfamiliar territory for this Blue Jays team. And I'm going to have to give you an update, too, on the Vladimir Guerrero injury. So, it's all looking up for this Yankees team. No, inflammation in his hamstring, day to day. The Yankees are getting healthy. The Yankees are getting right. The pitching's been great. And tonight, they picked up the pitching. The offense is looking like a unit that we thought it was. And that's what they are. They are a unit. They can hit for contact. They can hit for power. They run the bases. And they're getting ready to take off. 888-808-1019. Back to the calls we go. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Kicking us off with the Yankee conversation. Our guy, Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Oh, my boy, Big G. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I still can't see. Stanton's home run is still traveling.
It is. It hasn't landed. It cut through all the humidity, all of it.
Forget about it. You think humidity stops anything when he hits it? You think humidity is going to stop it?
He hits missiles. The guy is a pain. I got to be honest. He's got my MVP vote.
What?
He's got my MVP vote.
Uh-huh. Oh, my God. They missed him all year long when he was out. That's what they were missing. His bat.
It's as clear as day.
And then when he's there, what's with Austin? All of a sudden, Austin Wells decides to turn the light bulb on?
Well, Stu, and it's as simple as this. Ben Rice is hitting. It's just like Volpe. Volpe's starting to play better. Why? Because Caballero and Rosario are there. You know, sometimes these guys need motivation.
Light a fire under their rear ends.
Right.
And they got it. And it doesn't matter. If all of them are going to hit, it's going to be a machine. It's going to remind me of the 76 Reds, the big red machine, except this is going to be the blue and white, the pinstripe machine.
They are, and I appreciate the call, Stu, they are firing on all cylinders. And shout out to Emmanuel Barbari. He had tweeted this out earlier. Last 30 games for Stanton, .362 average, 14 homers, 34 RBIs. The guy is a monster. He is, when he is on, one of my favorite things that happened was when he got traded away from the Marlins because he murdered the Mets. I think he still has the most home runs for a visiting player at Citi Field. And he hasn't been able to stay healthy. But this guy is truly, and part of it deserved. At times, the excuses why he can't play don't help him. But this guy is truly one of the more underrated players in the sport. I don't know if I would necessarily say he's a Hall of Famer right now, because he's probably not. He hits 500 homers. He's a Hall of Famer. There's no steroid ties to him. He's got MVP. He's clutch in the postseason. He's clutch in September. He's been the most clutch Yankee since Derek Jeter's left. Not saying he's on Derek Jeter's level, but just to put it into perspective. And tonight was his 444th homer. He's going to hit 500. And barring a catastrophic injury, the guy's hitting 400. And he's got, let's see how many more years he's got with the Yankees on that contract. Because it's not, I know it's not a long, the majority of it is done. And but when he's on, so he's got 2 more years before a club option. So it's $32 million this year. And here's the other thing is, too. I tried to say this. The worst part of this contract is over. His luxury tax hit obviously is up a little bit more because it's just how the luxury tax works. But pre-tax, so it is $22 million the next 2 years, each year, with the luxury tax. But if not, it's 19 and 15, and then that club option is 15. You're telling me this guy is not worth that? He's one of the few guys that has like this kind of de-escalator in his contract. And in those 2 years, he'll probably get to 500. He's at 444 right now. You're telling me, let's say he gets another, I don't know, let's be safe, 6 homers this year, and he gets to an even 450. You tell me he can't hit 25 homers each of the next 2 years? He does that in his sleep. In 30 games, he's got 14 homers. In 150 at-bats, he's got 15 on the year. I don't know what that pace is out to be. It's got to be over 50. The guy's a monster. And he has absolutely transformed this Yankees offense. Judge getting healthy and him being here healthy has absolutely turned this Yankees offense into one of, if not the best offenses in all of baseball. And I'll go out on a limb here. It's the best offense in the American League. The Dodgers, the Brewers, the Padres, the Cubs, they compete with them, and they're probably better than most of those teams. I'd probably say the Brewers and the Dodgers are the ones I'd put in the top 3 with the Yankees. But the Yankees have the best offense in all of the American League. Even with a healthy Vladdy, the Blue Jays do not have an offense like this. The Tigers do not have an offense like this. The Astros are too inconsistent to say they have an offense like this. The Red Sox, no. The Mariners, no. The Mariners are one guy and a bunch of guys flailing at the ball. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Phil in Manhattan. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, good morning. Regarding Giancarlo Stanton, in my opinion, Giancarlo Stanton is the closest approximation to Mickey Mantle on the New York Yankees and maybe in baseball today.
Why do you say that?
I saw Mantle play, okay?
But why would you say that? I'm curious.
I'm going to say that because of the way his level of performance, the numbers he's putting up, and his presence on the plate, his intimidation factor. Okay. When Stanton comes up, everybody watches. They're not going to the concession stands. He's up. Everybody gets quiet. I've been to Yankee Stadium 17 times this year. I've been there over 100 times for the past 4 years. And whenever Stanton is in that game, the level of interest goes way up, just like with Mickey.
So this is more of you're not comparing them as players. You're comparing them as the aura that's around them.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
The aura, his presence, his intimidation factor. When Giancarlo Stanton is up, everybody, quote, listens, so to speak.
I'll tell you this much, and you know this, Phil. I've had it happen to me as a Mets fan. I've seen him hit a lot of home runs as a Marlin. I've seen him hit home runs as a Yankee against the Mets. When he hits the ball, and it's, him and Judge, it's just that thing that great power hitters have. When he hits the ball, it sounds like a rocket.
I know that. And I've been to Yankee Stadium, and I've heard it, and I've even recorded it on my telephone. Some of his home runs, and I also was there, in 2022. September 22nd, 2022, when he hit that walk-off grand slam against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was an incredible, one of the greatest wins I've ever seen the Yankees have, when Stanton hit that walk-off, home run, and the Yankees beat the Pirates 9-8. Judge also hit number 60 on that day also.
Yep.
It was an incredible day. And one other thing, if I may, regarding Devin Williams, his performance tonight, I am still shaking with emotion. I still can't believe how incredible he was, how he dig down so deep after giving up those 2 hits to get those 3 strikeouts.
Well, and thank you for the call, Phil. He did. You can look at the actual box score and be like, wow, that's another shaky performance. And I know Yankee fans, they got the lead, and everyone, the joke was on the internet was like, oh, here we go, Devin Williams. But that's a gutsy performance. And I got to be honest, I'm rooting for the guy. Like, I have no dog in the fight, but I'm rooting for the guy because it looked like he was completely broken. And, people have made the comment, to Moore, Donnie Moore in the 80s. I kind of hate it just because of what happened with that. That's a huge, tonight was such a massive win for this Yankees team. And for Stanton, I'll put it this way. Phil was right. I've been to a game. I went to a game in 2015, when it was still the Pepsi Porch or whatever. It's Coca-Cola Corner now, but it was still the Pepsi Porch. And Stanton hit a ball to dead center, and you're kind of far away from the plate up there, and the noise it made was crazy. And, we've all heard it. We've all been to games and guys mashed balls. One time I saw Pujols crack a ball foul, that the noise it made, and then it hit that restaurant in left field. But it's the noise off Stanton's bat. It's just one of those things. I hear it with Judge. When Ohtani hit that home run, I was at Game 3 of the NLCS, and I still don't think that ball's landed. It's just that special power hitter when they hit it. And it's not just like it's how hard and fast it goes. That same game, too, we forget Stanton at one point used to be a good outfielder and had a cannon for an arm. And in that Pepsi Porch, you can't see underneath you. You can't see the wall. You kind of miss like 4 or 5 feet underneath you. And all you see is a guy running in third, and Stanton throws a ball. All you see is the ball fly out, zip home, and he gets the guy out. He is a special player. And I know, I'm not saying the criticism of him isn't warranted. It is frustrating where he plays the field and he needs an off day because he played a couple of innings in the field. But when the guy's healthy, there's not a lot of guys who are better than him. I love Pete. I'm not trying to crap on Pete. When Stanton's healthy, he's every bit the power hitter that Pete Alonso is. He had a couple years. Obviously, 2020, everyone got robbed. But if, 2015, his year got cut short, 74 games, he had 27 homers. The next year, didn't play a full season. And in 2019, his second year at the Yankees, his year got cut short. 18 games. He'd probably be at 500 already. Had he had 2020 and 2019, let's say he doesn't even get 2015, the 100 games he missed, or whatever it was, 90 games. He's probably at 500 already. If he had a more healthier career, if he was averaging 130 games a year, he'd be pushing 600 right now. And I think we take this for granted. There's so many guys who don't get into the Hall of Fame now that hit almost 500 or 500 homers because of steroids. Like a guy like Sheffield, I get it. He denies it. I'm a child of the steroid era. I put all these guys in. I don't care. You can't tell the history of the game without Barry Bonds and Manny Ramirez and Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire. But this guy's going to do this clean. And no, I don't speculate. I'm not one of these people. Call me a fool. I tend to believe in humans. The benefit of the doubt for them. I'm not going to sit here and speculate. This guy's doing this clean. He's a Hall of Famer. He hits I don't care if it's 500 on the dot. He's a Hall of Famer. MVP, clutch in the postseason. It's Hall of Famer. I was trying to think of a comparison in another sport that Stanton works. And the one I came up with was, if Ken Griffey is like, Penny Hardaway, I'm trying to make because I think Penny was a little bit better than Grant Hill. Stanton is like a Grant Hill type, a guy who had a long career. His prime was shorter. And when he was healthy, he was super effective. Griffey, I'm not comparing Griffey and Stanton. Obviously, Griffey is one of the greatest players to ever play the sport. But a guy whose career was hampered by injuries. Grant Hill's still a Hall of Famer. But, if you're my age, you remember Grant Hill when he first came into the league, and then the Grant Hill that, played the majority of his career. Obviously, Stanton had a little bit more success. His prime was extended more. It wasn't really until, he really didn't even fall off. He just had injuries. 2021, he had 31 homers, hit 271. Or 35 homers. The next year, he had 31 homers. 2023 is his only truly awful year. And the one thing he does is he hits in the postseason. In his career, he's got a 990 OPS. He's got 18 homers in 41 games in the playoffs. 265 average. The guy he is not fazed by the bright lights in New York. That's for sure. You saw Boone. They were asking Boone it was Tuesday with BT and Sal. You can always go back. It's on wherever you get podcasts. It's on YouTube, on the WFAN YouTube page. And they were asking him about social media and dealing with the pressures in New York. And he said, Stanton comes up. He's unfazed by anything. And I think the question was off of how do you deal with telling these guys to stay off of social media in New York. And Stanton's block it out. Don't go on there. Shut all this out and get the job done. And the guy clearly is never Yankee fans rip him a lot. And all he's done when he's healthy is perform. And again, he's carrying this team. He's carried them, a lot of the times it's always late September and October that he carries them. And he's doing it again. And you know what? Judge is healthy. Bellinger, Goldschmidt healthy. Ben Rice hitting. Hopefully Jazz keeps going. This Yankees lineup, scary. Steve in Rockland, what's going on, Steve?
Anthony, he's a beast. I mean, those line drives, that line drive tonight in the 10th inning.
Yep.
I was like, as soon as he hit it, I was just like,
he hits missiles, even his outs. So he's going well. Because even the outs he's made over the last 3 or 4 games are all rockets.
It's scary, and I don't want him to hit the ball back up the middle and, possibly hit the pitcher or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't need a death in the family. You know what I mean? It is uncanny. But I want to say something about, the whole leadership thing on the Yankees that I think is being missed here.
Right.
When they got their championship rings, Stan went around and said to all these guys, I do not want to see any of you wearing these rings because this is not what we want. No one talks about that stuff. Maybe it's not overtly fiery, but that's leadership. And
Well, I think, and Steve, I'll let you finish. I think we also... Everyone leads differently. You can be a mellow guy and lead. You could be a low-speaking guy and lead. I think everyone thinks you got to go in there and flip tables and yell. Also, just having a presence and walking into... Do we think Derek Jeter was yelling at guys when he was leading those? He wasn't yelling. He was going to the clubhouse. And, maybe Paul O'Neill was more of the fiery guy. You don't have to be fiery to be a leader.
No, I agree with that. And the whole thing... I'll tell you what, being fiery and everything got Girardi a tasty little job up in the booth.
Yeah.
All right? Because he's great doing that. His insights, from playing and managing and everything, I enjoy, and he comes prepared for the broadcast,
Yes. I mean, Girardi, and I appreciate the call, Steve. Girardi's excellent. When Rucco and Girardi do the games together, I love that booth. I'm not trying to take a shot at anyone. I am not, Michael Kay is a legend. He is not my favorite broadcaster. It has nothing to do with the stations. Rucco and Joe Girardi are amazing. Girardi is one of the best color analysts in that sport. He is. We're very blessed. You get Darling, him, and Keith. We're very blessed. When Cohn does the games, blessed. But Girardi's awesome. And I've really picked up on it over the last couple months. I love listening to him. I loved when he did the studio stuff. I love listening to him. So here is, it's off of 90, so it's the minimum, because Stanton's only been around for a little bit, off of 96 batted ball events. So meaning this is how they're tracking how hard the balls hit. He is 8th right now in the bigs. And the only reason why he's at higher is there's guys that are, have a longer track record. But it's Judge, Ohtani, Alonso, Suzuki from the Cubs, Stowers from the Marlins, Schwarber, and then Stanton. And then Tyler O'Neill is in there as well. The average exit velo of there's 2 people in the league. It's Cruz, him, Stanton. 107.9. And I know you guys hate the exit velo stuff. It is valid. He's got the 4th hardest hit ball this year. The guy mashes. It's incredible. Every out is a danger to the guy fielding it. You got to worry. The pitcher's got to worry about it coming back to him. He's incredible. 888-808-1019. Also, real quick, too, we forget, he got hit in the face. That's why you see those guys wear that jaw protector. Him and I think it was Jason Hayward. He got hit in the face. One of those injuries. It's not like he just continuously has soft tissue injuries. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We'll come back. Everything's on the table. I got you till 5 a.m. Back after this.
Here's a high drive right field. Line drive, goodbye.
The Yankees are back in the Bronx taking on Boston. 7:15 tonight.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all of the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
There's
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
On the Fan. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. As always, filling in for the great Chris McMonagle. You know, Eric in Ronkonkoma texted me, and he had a funny line saying, you know, maybe the Yankees are starting to win because C-Mac's on vacation. Do we think C-Mac has kept track and has been watching these games in Italy?
Oh, he tweeted the other day that he tried the night of the rain delay, that he was planning to watch it live at 1:30 a.m. local time.
And the rain delay happened.
And he went to bed because of the rain delay.
See, that's my fear all
So even if he's not watching live, he's waking up and watching the replays.
Yeah, so I know the time difference is a little less. It's not as bad in London, but when I go to London, it's divisional round. So I don't think I'm going to have to worry about it right now at the Mets. But with the Yankees, you know, I want to be locked in. I want a deep run from somebody. You know, I want it to be my Mets if I have to pick between the two. But if I can't have that, 2023, like I'll put it this way. You know, growing up in this market, and like I said, I grew up hating the Yankees. 2009 happens, and that hate goes out the window. You slay the dragon that is those Howard, Utley, Rollins, Victorino, Phillies. And the Yankees have been good in my book since then. But, you know, I also, even when I hated them, when the Mets are out of it, I want to watch something. And it's easy to get into. Like, I'll watch all the baseball, but, like, I want to have a little juice in the market. But I will stay up. If the Mets are in it, the Yankees are in it, I'll be up. I already told my girlfriend, I'm like, when we go on this trip, you know, it's kind of like a pseudo birthday trip for me. So I could get my way on this one. And we're going to a couple soccer matches, an American football game. And we're out there, but I'm going to be up. So hopefully C-Mac's locked in and he's enjoying it. You know, he's got some, you know, Nice meats, some cheese, a fresh tomato, some lemons maybe. And he's enjoying it. Everyone's asleep, and he's watching it on his iPad. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, the fan. Hector in the Bronx. What's going on, Hector?
Hey, Gallo, how you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm all right, man. Hey, I'm going to talk about the Yankees. I got a Stanton point and a Devin Williams point.
Let me hear it.
Absolutely. But real quick, people say that, the Yankees only beating the Rays, whatever, but that's how you build momentum and confidence.
Yeah.
So I'll take that.
Well, and Hector,
right?
I'll give you this back.
And,
Hector, I'll tell you this, too. What are the Red Sox doing? They're losing to the Marlins and the Orioles. So I don't want to hear about who the Yankees are beating when other teams aren't beating those teams.
Exactly. Now, with Devin Williams, I just want to say this, I'm not going to lie, I cringed when he was coming in. I'm like, I hope we don't lose this. And then the first couple of hits, I'm like, I knew it. But then I calmed my nerves down, and I gave him a chance, and I said, you know what? I hope this guy does well, because my heart goes out to him. I know he doesn't want to fail. I know he's trying his hardest. And I feel bad for the guy, because, you want to come here and you want to succeed. But when that's going on and his confidence is getting shot and he gets those hits and you can see in his face, he's hard on himself, I could tell. So when he did succeed and get the game and he was pumped, I was happy for the guy. You know what I mean? I want to see him do well.
Well, right, and it wasn't just the fact that he did well. He did well in a massive moment. Because if they lose that game, you're sitting here thinking Bednar just blew it, Luke Weaver was bad, and then Devin Williams again. Like, that's a tough thing to shake. But he went out there and he closed the game down.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys have each other's backs, which I really appreciated. And the stand, man, even Judge, when he swings for a home run, you see he swings with his whole body. He twists around, his whole body extends, gets a good home run. But Stan, it doesn't look like he does that. It's like he looks like he's almost check swinging, uppercuts the ball. It's like they shoot off his bat. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's amazing to me.
He's amazing, and I appreciate the call, Hector. He's a little noisy, so I got to let you go. Thank you for the call. And he is incredible. And it's so massive to win a game like that, where your best pitchers, that two guys, Weaver and Bednar, that you trust the most in that bullpen, choke away the lead after an amazing Cam Schlittler outing. But they choke away the lead. And you got to come back and win that game. And then Devin Williams goes out there, a guy none of you trust. Yankee fans were groaning, crying that he's coming in. And he gets the job done. And they continue to ball out. I mean, the one thing that I've kind of glossed over tonight is how good Cam Schlittler was. 8 strikeouts, 1 hit, 2 walks in 6 2/3 innings. Doesn't give up a hit until, when was their first hit? I don't know if it was after 6 2/3 or if it was just strikeout, walk. Hold on, let me get it for you. I will find it, but I know he was perfect through at least 6. The guy was incredible. And that adds to my confidence in this Yankees team. One, they're able to overcome a deflating bullpen meltdown to win this game. But now you're looking at it. Imagine how massive it'll be if Max Fried goes out there on Friday, and shuts down the Red Sox at home. Ruckus Yankee Stadium crowd. And this team is able to now boast that they have a starting rotation of 5 guys gelling all at the same time. 5 guys balling out all at the same time. And their schedule does not get that much harder. If they take care of business against the Red Sox tonight, Giolito versus Heel, and then they take care of business this weekend, you got the White Sox coming to town. You got the Nationals coming to town, then the White Sox on the road. And then they have that stretch where they play the Astros on the road, Blue Jays, Tigers at home, and then the Red Sox on the road. And then that's it. You're playing the Twins, Orioles, and White Sox the rest of the year. You know, a Twins team who has guys that don't even want to play right now. A Twins team that even when they're good, the Yankees massacre them. And I heard people I already hear the negativity from Yankee fans earlier today. A guy calls in Evan and Tiki. Yeah, I get it. The Yankees in the Boone era have not beaten. This is what the guy said. I don't know how factual this is. Have not beaten a non-AL Central team in the playoffs. Who cares? None of that matters with this year's team. None of that matters. You know, if you want to harp on the fact that Judge has struggled in the postseason, he's a consistent. So it doesn't matter who he's playing. It's a consistent. I don't fear Judge in the postseason as much. It's one thing if the guy's pressing. I don't look at Judge in the postseason and think, this guy's pressing. He's not getting the job done. All it takes is 1 year. A-Rod, 1 year they won the World Series. And yes, he was good in 2004, but then he was a disaster the last 3 games in that Red Sox series. You know, look at Barry Bonds. He had 1 good postseason. They went to the World Series. You know, my biggest moment, my introduction that really, was the first massive moment. Maybe you say Tom Pratt's homer. Was Barry Bonds striking out in a massive moment against John Franco in the playoffs. It takes 1 postseason. Bellinger's done it in October. Stanton's done it in October. It's time for Judge to step up, and I think he will. This year feels like the year that this team, and they're showing the Caballero getting ejected, but this guy's feisty. He's exactly what the Yankees needed. Can't get thrown out there. It's exactly what the Yankees needed. But this feels like the year. You know, they struggle. They're terrible for 2.5 months. And then they'll go on a gigantic run and hopefully playing deep into October. So here we go. MLB showing the stats right now. The Yankees tied the MLB record with 14 home runs in a 2-game span, the 99 Reds. All 19 Yankees runs came via home run. 5 different Yankees with multi-homer games. And they said the Stanton pinch hit home run. I was trying to get it all in there as they were going through it. Think about that. Yes, these 2 games, they've been scoring runs off the homers. They've proven that they could score runs on much more than just home runs. They pitch well. They've been playing better defense. They've been running the bases better. They've been aggressive and not reckless. This team is gelling at the right time. And I don't want to hear it. You know, when I talk to you tomorrow, because then they'll beat the Red Sox. And everyone will say, well, the Red Sox aren't that good. Who are they actually beating? I don't care. If the Mets were the Mets should be beating up on bad teams, but they can't do it. The Red Sox should be beating up on bad teams. They can't do it. The Blue Jays are losing to the Pirates. So I don't want to hear it. The Dodgers are getting beat up by the Rockies and the Angels. You got to beat the teams in front of you. I don't want to hear it. They now sit a 1.5 games above the Red Sox, 2 above Seattle. Seattle's reeling, 5 losses in a row. Red Sox, 3 losses in a row. The Red Sox can't win a game on the road. And not for nothing. When you look at the record against over 500 teams, the 3 division leaders all have winning records. It's not like anyone else in the AL has a winning record over 500. The Yankees are 32-32. In the NL, the Dodgers they're 29-28 against teams over 500. The Mets are now under 500. Padres under 500. Cubs a game over 500. It's very selective and when cherry picking that stat. There is no reason for you to be playing devil's advocate with this Yankees team right now, for being pessimistic. If you can't enjoy this, what can you actually enjoy? If you're a Yankee fan, I'm saying this as a Met fan. Maybe I'm starved of good baseball, but this team is legit. I said it coming into the year. I thought they were a better team than they were a year ago. You know, we forget, yes, they don't have Garrett Cole this year. It wasn't like Garrett Cole was great before September last year. So I look at this team and I'm saying, this is what I envisioned. They're finally healthy. Heel is healthy. Stanton's healthy. Judge is healthy. Goldschmidt's healthy. The team is finally playing on all cylinders. They're showing that the Blue Jays highlights right now. They're getting punked by Tommy Pham. I mean, he's a guy who punks a lot of people. But they're getting punked by Tommy Pham. And the Pirates. What is that Pirates team playing for? Nothing. You know, I just, the way we talk about teams and before we talk about like this team is ridiculous. You know, this Blue Jays team, I think it's Yankees fans. I got to be honest, it is the Yankee fans that do this. I get it. They have gigantic expectations every year. But the way you guys talk about the Blue Jays and the Red Sox is ridiculous. The Blue Jays are not a juggernaut. Yes, they've had your number. The Red Sox are not a very... Oh, they're good, but they're not complete. They're not close to complete. And they're more flawed than the Yankees are, but they've had your number. So you think that they're somehow head and shoulders better than you. And here's another thing, too. If you make the playoffs, you're not guaranteed to play these teams. You know, I still like the Astros as the Yankees' biggest competition in the AL. But if you're, just being fair, because I need to see the Tigers do it when it matters most, the Tigers are the team that probably scares you the most if you're a Yankee fan. But when you look at the intangibles, they pitch really well. And they have one of the best pitchers in baseball, if not the best pitcher in baseball. The Yankees are outscoring them by 33 runs. And they've only given up 18 more runs than them. And I get it. And the Yankees are playing in the AL East. They're not playing in the AL Central. You know, the Rays are just as competitive of a team as the Guardians and the Royals. I know the records don't necessarily portray that. This is going to be a fun late August, September into October run for this team. I hope the Mets keep up. For my sake. For Fleeg's sake. I hope they keep up. Yeah, I'm excited for football. I'm fired up for the Knicks. I don't want to start looking to that. You know, normally you get excited for football, but if your baseball team's in the playoffs, you get a little bit of a, all right, Sundays I'll lock in, but, my main focus is the baseball team. I don't want to, the Mets be out of it, and then all I got is Sundays, Thursdays, and Mondays, when my team plays occasionally. And then I got to start scouting the Knicks end of the bench, checking what the rotation's going to be, whose health is good and whose health's not around the league. I don't want that. I want to be arguing with you guys about who should pitch game 2. Who should it clean up? Who can we trust out of the bullpen? Right now, they're anything but a lock. The Yankees feel like a lock. This Yankees team feels like they're about to go on a massive run. And then we have, a little bit of optimism. Right now, the Mets are the Debbie Downer right now because the Giants seem different. It's exciting. Whether they are as competitive as they may be, it remains to be seen. The Jets, you got to be optimistic right now. That's all you can be. What's the point of why watch the games if you're going to be negative right now? And then there's the Mets. messing up the vibes. 888-808-1019. One more hour to go until Al and Jerry and the warm-up show leading in the Boomer and Gio at 6. Filling in for C-Mac, Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We'll come back. We'll reset the show. Everything's on the table. Mets, Yankees, Jets make a trade. We'll get into all of it. Back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Hello, Mr. Barrett. My name is Eddie Scazzeri. What's your name? Okay, don't want to share. That's fine. Anyway, I'm going to back away. And I'm a diabetic. I probably won't taste great.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. And by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. The Yankees making George M. Steinbrenner Field feel like their own, which it kind of is, but the Rays, they're using it this year anyway. The Yankees hit 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in 10 innings. Giancarlo Stanton hit a go-ahead blast in the 10th, then Austin Wells walloped his second of the game. Wells on Stanton's heroics with the fan Susan Waldman.
Unbelievable. This is what we saw last year in the playoffs. I was a little younger, but I think this is what he did his whole career. So, he's amazing, and, he's going to continue to do that for us.
The Yankees hit 14 home runs in the 2-game series in Tampa, tying a Major League record. Pitching-wise, Cam Schlittler brought a perfect game into the 7th inning, and Devin Williams survived a rocky start to the bottom of the 10th to strike out 3 straight Rays and earn his 18th save. As for the Mets, Kodai Senga was outdone by the Nationals' Brad Lord. 5-4 Nationals beat the Mets. The Mets do catch a break out of town. Reds lose to the Angels, so they remain a game up on the Reds. And the Jets acquired 2 defensive tackles in separate trades. They land Harrison Phillips from the Vikings and Juwan Briggs from the Browns, parting with 3 6th-round picks and swapping 7th-rounders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Number to call as always, 888-808-1019. If you missed any of the show, you missed Keith's show, anything from the day prior or, later on today, you can always use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. The Jets, before we jump back into the baseball, the Jets did make a trade today. They've traded for 2. I don't know what this says about their depth. Hopefully it's not anything else, but I love the pickup of Harrison Phillips. Sorry. And then I don't know anything about the guy Briggs they got from the Browns, but Harrison Phillips is a, good vet. Definitely adds a lot of, having him and Quinn Williams next to each other will be a nice little tandem. And because I'm assuming they're running a 4-3. I haven't researched it too much, but that's what it looked like they ran in the preseason games, and I didn't want to assume. And the way the NFL has, evolved, edge rushers being almost like a separate position now from the end. But it's a nice trade. They gave up 2 6th-round picks and a 7th, and he's a very good player. 29 years old, great vet. That Vikings defense at times was really good last year. And I don't think he's ever had a crazy great year, but him and Williams next to each other are going to be massive. He's never had more than 3 sacks in a season, but he plays 17 games the last 3 years he's played. When he was in Buffalo, he was very consistent. He's a 3-year starter in Minnesota. So it's a good trade. It's not earth-shattering. And then the other guy, I guess, is just a depth piece. They traded a 6th-round pick for him. I'm assuming they want something that resembles depth at that position. Now, the key is they've been very active in the trade market. I actually thought they should have been in on the guy who got traded from the Broncos, Vele. But that was a pretty steep price. I think the Broncos got a 4th-round pick and a 7th for him. But if they want to take a flyer and you want to put this guy Justin Fields in the best possible position. I mean, it doesn't look like Terry McLaurin is going to suit up anytime soon for the Commanders, which would be a massive loss for them. Deebo Samuels is a great wideout, but he is not like your prototypical, standard wideout. He's more of a gadget player. Be out of the backfield, runs the ball. McLaurin, and everyone's like, well, you don't have a quarterback yet. Well, you may, but even if you don't, how many teams build their roster and then go out and get a quarterback and maximize the roster around him on a rookie deal? So let's say they bottom out, even if they trade for McLaurin. Let's say they bottom out. Fields isn't the guy. And you draft your quarterback in the top 10 next year. But you have McLaurin and Garrett Wilson signed. You're now giving, with a better offensive line. I think on paper it's 100% better. It should be an offensive line that projects to be maybe their strength on the team. Isn't that something to get excited about? You'd have two legit wideouts locked up, and now you're bringing in this quarterback on a rookie deal. How do you think the Chiefs were able to maintain success for so long? They've now restructured the team, and the defense is elite. You have the best quarterback in the league in Patrick Mahomes. You've been able to put, cheaper but reliable options around him at wideout. You still have Travis Kelce even as he ages. I mean, Pacheco is not a superstar, but they have a good running back. They were able, prior to this, though, where they had to make moves, they were able to put an elite roster around Mahomes because he was on his rookie deal. How do you think the Commanders are able to get Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel? Now, I'm shocked that they won't play Terry McLaurin. Scary Terry. Also, why is it the nickname for every guy named Terry? Terry Rozier? Well, maybe Terry Rozier is Scary Terry because he'll screw up your parlays. As the Miami Heat, I'm about to get off a tangent, but the Miami Heat, that franchise is in shambles. Gambling scandals, merchandise scandals, the Nets fleecing them in a trade. Sorry, okay, that was my one. I haven't taken a shot at the Miami Heat in like 6 months, so that was my one. But you're sitting here, why not make a move for that? And it's not going to cost you as much as people think. And if the Patriots go out, I mean, it feels like everyone is. I know that it's not close, but it feels like everyone is gearing towards them making a big trade. But why not? And I think the Jets will be better than people expect. I'm not saying that they're a lock to be anything, because it's all going to come down to what Justin Fields can do. But why not make the move? The defense is going to be less and less each year. Fine. But if they, and again, if they don't make the trade, it's the same thing. But there's no harm in putting a great roster together so when you do draft that quarterback, you have a chance to succeed. So many of these teams skip steps 1 through 5, and they just force these quarterbacks, these rookie quarterbacks, onto their rosters, and it doesn't work out. Most of these guys that succeed as rookies or that get drafted and develop, it's because they're in good situations. Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels were put into situations with teams that were coming off of multiple disappointing years where we thought they were taking steps in the right direction. That Broncos team was supposed to be a quarterback away when they got Russell Wilson. It was largely the same roster when they brought in Bo Nix. Yes, they brought in, they spent a lot of money on the offensive line. This is the first year that they're out of cap hell. So if the Jets don't succeed this year, and you still make this trade, let's say they do make the trade, and they don't succeed this year, who's to say that they can't still get their quarterback and build this thing in the right direction? And I don't know. I think McLaurin was an Ohio State guy. I don't think they played together. I know Garrett Wilson played with Justin Fields in college, but that wide receiver room is shallow. Maybe later in the year, one of these other wideouts on a bad team is available. I've heard, I don't think that this is ever going to happen because he's super young still, but Chris Olave for the Saints. But he's also an injury concern. But why not? What's the harm? You're not going to stunt your growth as a team if you make this trade. Like, part of the reason why I loved signing Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson to the deals that they did was because when you finally do make it, like if Justin Fields performs better than we all expect him to, all right, fine, you have your QB then. But if not, you're going to be picking a QB next year anyway. You need guys, and these are young guys. You need guys on this roster going forward. And the one thing I'll say about Garrett Wilson, there's very few guys in this league that are like this. Very few wideouts. If you sign a guy like that, he's quarterback proof. He's played great with guys like Trevor Siemian and Zach Wilson and Mike White throwing him the ball. Last year, he finally had a good, competent quarterback. He had 100 catches and 1,100 yards. He's got over 1,000 yards all 3 years of his career. 83 receptions, 1,100 yards. 95 receptions, 1,042. And then 101 receptions, over 11,000 yards. 14 touchdowns in that span. He's doing that with nobody throwing him the ball. Rodgers was not very good last year. I don't want to hear it from Jet fans just because he put up some of the best stats in your franchise's history. Not a long list of good quarterbacks there. So that is a great signing. And that deal is going to end up looking like a steal when the cap keeps going up and other wide receivers get paid. He sits, I think, 5th right now. Jamar Chase is 40. Yeah, so he's at 32. DK Metcalf, 33. I would take Garrett Wilson over DK Metcalf. Brandon Ayuk makes $2 million less than him. I'm taking Garrett Wilson over him. Now, there's obviously value guys here, but guys are going to get paid, and they're going to get paid more than that. So I think that what the Jets have been doing, and I am not the biggest Sauce Gardner. I think Sauce Gardner is great. I don't think he's as elite as people make him out to be. It still was smart to lock him up. So we go from there. 888-808-1019. There's a little bit of, I'm not saying either of these teams are going to be amazing. And it's tough to just give and sell hope. But they're definitely trending in the right direction. And I love what the Giants have done. But also, the Giants having a successful season is, 8 wins can be considered that. Back to the calls we go. Brett in Long Island, what's going on, Brett?
Anthony, how you doing, man? I want to talk about the Jets, a team that your call screener quit on. About a week ago, you were yelling at me and telling everyone that the Jets could win 9 and 10 games.
I never said 10 games. I said they could battle for a wild card.
You could make a wild card. Now you said
they can. Brett, they can. Right? Brett, okay. Brett, they can.
Right, but then 2 days ago, I turned the radio. I'm like, wait a second. Then you're trying to say that the fastball says that they could hit the 5.5 over. So you're not exactly being confident.
No, Brett, I know you're an idiot, dude. I know you are. I know you come out here to rile us up. Dude, that's not what I said. I've been pretty confident.
You said those 2 things. I'm not insulting you. You said those 2 things. I'm trying to have a conversation.
I know, but Brett. Okay. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, too.
You can't handle that conversation, so you call me names. Okay, I got you.
Because you call everybody's names. It's my turn to call you a name.
Just those 2 things I said.
But Brett, you're not being honest on what I said. I've been hammering it over. I've been saying, Brett, let me talk. I'll let you talk, dude. And I did call you a name. I'll continue to do it. You don't like people calling you names. Don't come on here and call people names then.
Yeah, when I
also, Brett, I'm still waiting for you to have a conversation with Al about, Jaden Daniels. But anyway, I've been telling you that they're going to hit the over. I've been telling you this team is going to be competing for a wild card. I've said it. I've said it all this time. Who in the AFC, who exactly is a lock outside of the three big dogs? And you have to take a team from the South. The Broncos aren't a lock. The Steelers aren't a lock. The Chargers aren't a lock. The Dolphins aren't a lock. The Bengals aren't a lock. But all of a sudden, we have to think, and the Jets' schedule is not that hard. So it's not that ludicrous.
From the team, it's a new season now, right? I mean, you don't buy into that. It's a new season. We don't even know what your team is. Your team is the Denver Broncos. Right. We don't know if they have film on Bone Nix. We don't know, who's what.
Yeah, exactly my point. Right? But that's exactly my point. So do we not talk about the football? So then we can't talk football. So we can't talk football until a game's played. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying Aaron Glenn. Like we start with that. Let's look at the Jets and focus on them. How much better do you buy into them with the new coach, a lot of new pieces, Justin Fields? I'm being honest. I just don't know where you're at from last week to this week.
I'm in the same position. Brett, I'm in the same position. I've been pretty consistent with this. I'm in the same position with it. If the quarterback plays any bit better than what we think he can be, they're going to be a lot better offensively. Their run game is improved. Their offensive line is drastically improved. Their defense is the same defense that everyone said. They're one guy. They're missing DJ Reed. It's basically the same defense that everyone thought could be an elite defense.
You got a brand new head coach, brand new offensive coordinator, brand new quarterback. You said wild card. I just don't know. Would you bet on that? Or would you bet they don't get it? Which one would you bet?
I'm not betting on either of it, but Brett, my point is, all these teams, perfect example, I'll put it this way. Let's use my team as an example. The Broncos last year had considered one of the worst rosters in the league. They were
great defense and
Brett, you're talking to somebody who roots for the team. They had one of the worst defenses. They had a team that was in cap hell. I bet the under on them last year. They had a 5.5 win total. I bet the under on them. Okay? You can't tell me that just Bo Nix was not a lock to be anything. Sean Payton looked like he was senile.
How often does that happen, though? That was the outlier.
Brett, it happens every year, Brett. Brett, it happens every year in the NFL.
The Jets haven't been in the playoffs for 14 years. That was my argument a week ago, and you were yelling at me.
But, Brett, you can't tell me. You can't say it's a new... Brett, you got to let me talk, dude. You got to let me talk. You can't say that the team, it's a new year, and then tell me the Jets haven't made the playoffs for 14 years. I don't care. You know what happened last year? The Broncos hadn't made the playoffs for 8 years. I don't care. And I'm not guaranteeing anything. But what I'm telling you is the AFC is not that good. The Broncos didn't get into the playoffs last year because they were super competent. They played Carson Wentz the last week of the season, and they were a decent team for most of it. They had some shocking wins early on. That's what I'm saying. I've been consistent about this since the start of training camp, since the Jets have gotten Justin Fields. And I hate to break it to people. Yes, he doesn't look great right now. The guy can throw the ball a little bit. He's in the NFL. Okay? Yes, their wide receiver room is a little weak. They've upgraded at tight end. Their offensive line is upgraded. Do you not want me to have a take? Like, I don't understand this. You can't say anything about football because we don't have anything on tape. But then you want to tell me last year doesn't matter. The Chargers are missing multiple key pieces already. And that's a team that's proven nothing. Everyone loves Justin Herbert. So we have to just give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm being objective. I'm excited about the Broncos this year. They're a lock for nothing. All of a sudden, the Patriots have betting odds that favor them closer to the playoffs than out. Are we supposed to just bank on them being good? And yeah, it happens every year in the NFL where a team surprises you. And I'm not trying to sell you hope. I'm giving you an honest opinion. I haven't switched it up at all. I'm very confident in the over for both these teams. No, I don't know what Justin Fields is going to be. I don't have an idea what Justin Fields is going to be. I'm a little bit more positive about him. I've liked him since he was with the Bears. And again, he got benched after, 2 of his last 3 starts last year. He had good games. And I'm not banking off of 3 games to say a guy is going to be better than what he is. I'm not even telling you. Like, I never guaranteed they were going to win 9 to 10 games. I said they could be in that situation. I've told you that being in the hunt is not out of the realm. And their situation is very similar to Denver's situation last year. Look at the Bucs. I get it. Baker, has been a better throwing quarterback, has proven himself to be a great quarterback. How many of us 2 years ago thought that team was going to be what they were? We thought they were just taking a flyer on this guy. And listen, I could be wrong. All right, so I'm wrong. 2 of his last 4 games. He had 245 yards on 78% completion against the Chargers defense last year. A great defense. The next game, he followed it up with 312 yards. I'm not saying this guy's perfect. You guys treat him like he's Tim Tebow, like he can't throw a spiral. He's also a guy who has a unique ability. There's very few people who run the ball like he does. Something the Jets have never had. So, yes, he may not be a perfect passer. And again, I'm not telling you that any of this is a guarantee. But this guy goes out there, if the run game, how many times have we seen this? For example, just to put it simply, how many times have we seen good offensive line play, not turning the ball over, running the ball well, with competent defense, and teams win games? This Jets defense is 2 years removed from people joking that they could be the 85 Bears. And it was never that case, but it's still the same talent on that defense. You still have the Williams brothers. You still have Sauce. You have a lot of key pieces. You have Carter at corner, who's an underrated corner. And I think we've auto-corrected. Not auto-corrected. It's not iPhone. I think we've overcorrected. This defense, everyone wanted to tell you how not good it was. It wasn't as good as they made it out to be. So now we're underselling it, where it's probably somewhere in the middle. And again, I am the one thing I'm certain about. It does not mean they're going to be a good team. This offensive line is going to be drastically improved. Between Fashanu last year, the rookie this year, the guys they have in the middle, it's going to end up being one of the key strengths for this team. And you hope that Hall has a better year. You hope Allen backs him up very well. And if Fields can be slightly productive and not turn the ball over, they're going to be in a lot of games. Like their schedule. It's all right, the Giants, we can argue. Like the Giants have a tough schedule. Anyone who thinks that it's just a lock the Steelers are going to walk in there week 1 and dominate has not watched the Steelers team, who is living in the past with Aaron Rodgers. The Bills, fine. I will give you that one. But then they play the Bucs, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Broncos, and the Panthers. Are any of those a lock? Please tell me, are any of those teams elite? And sure, out of all the teams I listed, the Dolphins, the Chargers, the Broncos, the Steelers, and the Bengals, I do think the Bengals are the best of those 5. You have the Browns, the Patriots twice. Besides the Bills, week 2, the Bengals, week 8, and the Ravens, week 12, and then obviously you end the season with the Bills. This is a very winnable schedule. You play the Falcons, the Browns, the Saints, the Jaguars. None of these teams there's no guarantee any of these teams are going to be anything more than mediocre. There's a lot of mediocrity in the NFL. We don't have to discuss the NFC because we're talking about the Jets. But realistically, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Eagles, and I think the Lions. The Commanders I like does not mean they're guaranteed to be anything. Year 2 with Jaden Daniels. Like, you're going to get a team out of the South because you have to. That's just the way the playoffs are. So there leaves multiple spots open. And if the Jets go out there and they win 8 games, again, it's still going to feel pretty good. And no, I won't bet the Jets to make the playoffs. I'm also not betting any of those other teams I listed. This is the most excited I've been for my Broncos in years. I'm still not sold on them. And yes, they had a great defense last year. Going into the season, we did not know that. Nobody knew that. I liked a lot of the guys on the defense. I did not think, Baron Browning was supposed to be a key piece. They traded him in the middle of the season. They had the best pass rush in the league. How many of you can name guys on that pass rush before the start of last year? And if Aaron Glenn comes in and he's the head coach that the Jets thought he was, that changes a lot. We're just gifting. I get it. Mike Vrabel had Ryan Tannehill as quarterback. It's all you ever hear about. He also had an elite defense that was built up before he got there. And he had Derrick Henry, one of the greatest running backs to play the sport, a guy who was carrying that offense. And the second Derrick Henry didn't play well, they didn't do anything. So I don't want to hear about it. I get it. It's the Jets. Remove the laundry and realize that you give the benefit of the doubt to other teams. I'm not telling you that they're going to be great, but the thought that them possibly exceeding expectations is just not in the realm of possibility. It's just not true to me, especially in this league where every year we see teams go from last place in their division to making the playoffs, to being incompetent, to being in the hunt. We see it every year. And you look at the Giants' schedule, and I am higher on the Giants, but the expectation for the Giants, is different. I can guarantee you this. If the Giants and the Jets both win 7-8 games, we'll all look at, not me, but Giant fans will be, positive about their team. And the mass majority of Jet fans in the media will just treat the Jets like, another Jet season. First-year head coach, but they only won these games. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. Baseball as well. Yankees continue to mash. They continue to stay hot. And Kodai Senga and the Mets offense continues to let them down. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Filling in for C-Mac. Back after this.
Play action. Wilson to throw. Lots of time. Airs a deep spiral down the middle of the field. Caught!
The Giants and Patriots meet for the final game of the preseason. 8 o'clock tonight.
You guys have heard about Russell Wilson's moonball.
The home of the New York Giants is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard and my wife Kim, and we lost our 2-year-old son to a drowning accident. It's been our lifelong dream to open up a swim school. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children under 5, but those who take swim lessons are 88% less likely to drown. Sign up for swim lessons today at stewietheduck.org, and all profits from the school will go to swim lessons for the needy.
Visit stewietheduck.org for your free intro lesson today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits? They stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
.1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Is this true? The Twins have twins playing for them right now? That's actually pretty hilarious. Fitzgerald? I didn't know that. I just saw that right now. You know, if you missed any of the show, me screaming at Brett, you know, Brett has a lot of built-up anger because supposedly, you know, Sean has dominated him in flag football all these years. And he's a maniacal, he's a WFAN caller terrorist. That's what he is. He waits till you're drained and hungry, and then he gets under your skin and, you know, misrepresents your takes. I'm steadfast on this, and maybe it's easier for me looking on the outside in as a non-New York football fan. that the Jets and the Giants are, again, just because I'm being positive on them, I'm not overinflating what they could do. Like the Giants more specifically, because of their schedule, and we don't know what we're getting out of Russell Wilson. You know, if he's like he's been for the last year and a half, they're probably going to be looking at a drastically better season than most expected. And both teams, I think I get enamored with good offensive line play. The Jets more specifically to the Giants. The Jets' offensive line is drastically improved. Last year it was improved. They had a quarterback with cement in his shoes. In 2025, that's a recipe for a disaster. It doesn't matter how good you are. And he wasn't early in the year. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what he did against the Dolphins in Week 18. He was not good. And just because now he's with, again, the Steelers, if you really break down the Steelers, because it's the Steelers and it's Mike Tomlin, I get it. They never have a losing record. We automatically think they're just going to be great. And then they give you a disappointing season, and they're not. But I'm enamored with offensive line play, and the Jets' offensive line is drastically improved. The Giants' offensive line is drastically improved, and it will be a good unit. I think the Jets could be a great offensive line. I love that with their makeup. I love the draft picks. Obviously, what's his name? Membo, the kid they drafted at left tackle. If he struggles, or right tackle, whichever tackle it is, they will severely be overrated in my eyes. And like I would have overrated them immensely. And for the Giants, if Andrew Thomas is healthy, they already have depth at that offensive line position. With Hudson and Illuminor and Thomas, the tackles are legit. The interior line is legit. And you look at, Runyon is very good. Van Roten is good. And then you have Evan Neal now slotted in the inside. He's looked drastically improved in preseason. And the other kid that everyone's getting hyped up about, the 5th-round pick, should be a player. If he looks this good in preseason, he doesn't have to start. He'll be a backup. And maybe eventually he's, matures and progresses into a future starter. And the thing with Evan Neal, how many times have we seen offensive linemen in this league? Whether it's with the same team or they go to another place and they either switch from the outside to the inside or just with growth and proper coaching, turn into the player we thought they could be. I mean, look at Mekhi Becton last year. He went to the Eagles and started in the Super Bowl. He got paid a ton of money to play for the Chargers. Obviously, he's not like towards the top of the league. He got paid a lot of money. It can all change. It just takes 1 year and everything flips. I mean, I mentioned it a lot, and I don't want to keep going back to it. I mean, Garrett Bowles of the Broncos was awful his first 3 years at left tackle. Part of his ascend was them, laxing on the holding calls. But anything can happen with these guys. They're still young. It's not the same as, like, let's say baseball, where you could give guys a lot of 4 or 5 years to develop, and it's not as shocking. I know the NFL is, instant gratification, not as much as necessarily the NBA, but the NFL, it's instant gratification, and we need to see results now. I mean, it is possible for guys to struggle early on and still become really talented football players. I mean, how many quarterbacks, I know it's not the same position as offensive line, but for all intents and purposes, it's a harder position. How many times have we seen quarterbacks leave and excel somewhere else? Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. It's possible. And I'm very excited, to finally have a little bit of glimmer of hope. I was never, high on, if you know anything about me. Yes, I am a little bit of an Aaron Rodgers hater, if you haven't heard. But I was also never high on them, even when they initially got him. I am finally excited for a Jets season. Maybe it's a whole new thing, Aaron Glenn. And part of why I didn't like those Rodgers teams wasn't really because of Rodgers. It was more because of Saleh and the coaching staff. I thought the defense was a little overrated. But again, just because it was overrated does not mean it's not a good defense. Where now you were overrating them in the past, and now you're underrating them now. There has to be a happy medium. And for the Giants, it's been tough. After they make the playoffs in 2022 and they win that game in Minnesota, I thought the next year they were going to build off of it. And they were going to be a lot better than they were. And then they fell on their face, and the last 2 years have been a disaster. I think this is the first year that Shane and Daboll have really been able to sink their teeth into the roster completely. I know they bring in Burns last year, but where they were able to really have flexibility with the cap. They bring in Holland. They bring in Adebo. Think about the last 2 years. You bring in Burns, Adebo, and Holland. Those are massive pieces to bring in, specifically Holland, and Brown. I mean Burns. I am all over the place right now. I'm tired. And then the offensive line is better than it was a year ago. And if it's healthy, it's going to be drastically better than it was a year ago. The quarterback play by default will be better. Since the one difference between the Jets and the Giants is if Fields plays as well as Rodgers did, on a baseline medium, because like Rodgers was very mid last year, and he adds that speed that he has, they can be better. He has to not turn the ball over. Early on there was a lot of turnovers, especially in the middle of the season. For the Giants, their baseline for quarterback play was Tommy DeVito and Daniel Jones. By default, Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston will be better. We can't say Jackson Dart will. He looks good, but we don't know what he's going to be. But as far as the vets, they are legit NFL quarterbacks. You can hate on Russell Wilson all you like. You can call him corny. He's still way better than anything Daniel Jones or Tommy DeVito would give you. And Jameis Winston, is a wild card. He can throw the ball with the best of them. But he's also, a turnover machine. And from a non-Giant fan point of view, if he's the most fun option. Because if they're not good, at least you're going to get like 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 5 picks in a game. And an amazing quote afterwards. 888-808-1019. Kevin in Westchester. What's going on, Kevin?
And I dare anyone right now to go around the dial, go to the satellite and try to find something better than this. Go ahead, try to find something better than this. Find something better than Anthony Gallo. You're going to come right back here, baby.
That's
4
right.
o'clock in the morning. Yeah, now listen.
Starving Anthony Gallo at 4 in the morning.
You better believe it, kid. Anthony Gallo, Big Zoo, the Sports Week in Review. Listen, Shane and Boldhead, whatever you want to call him, Brian the Bonehead, they have John Mara bamboozled, those guys, all right? And it's amazing. I'm starting to lose a lot of respect to some people, not you, because I like you and you do a great show, but people are praising Wilson and Fields and Winston. Winston hits the open linebacker, he hits everybody except for the receivers, and they're praising these guys. Have they been watching the NFL the last few years? I'm starting to doubt if these guys even watch the NFL. Praising these guys.
Well, I appreciate the call, Kev. I listen. I'm not saying that these guys are elite. Let's use a cross-sport comparison. The third base situation for the Yankees prior to Ryan McMahon was a bunch of guys who were not Major League Baseball players. You add Ryan McMahon, who is an average baseball player, great defender, average hitter. He's an immediate upgrade at third base. Also, I appreciate Kevin very much. I love how he praises me, and then he's like, well, I'm not going to criticize you, even though the take you had, I completely disagree with. So I appreciate that. Positivity. Dustin in the YouTube chat, cannoli, tartufo, or casada cake. I got to be honest, not really a casada cake guy. I'm going to cannoli. I love a tartufo. If I was at an Italian bakery right now, I'm going cannoli, rainbow cookie, or a sfriadelle. So, thank you for adding to my hunger. It's always around this time that I get the worst cravings, like pregnancy cravings. Not pregnant, obviously, but I don't know how CMAC, Fleegs survive without not stuffing 4,000 calories in their mouth every night on the overnight. That's just that, I'm going to go home and have to fight the urge to not raid the fridge before I pass out from giving you these fire takes. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll finish off the show as I'm filling in for CMAC. I got you for one more night after this. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan. 101.9 FM.
He's wearing a shirt that said he's golfing. And then yesterday she put on the shirt, go ask your dad. So what I deduce from this is she wants me to stop playing so much golf and do more stuff for the kids. I'm just waiting for the next shirt. I hired a lawyer.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
(888) 808-1019. 10 more minutes until the great Al and Jerry on the warm-up show, leading in the Boomer and Geo. As we have, what should have been a great night all around. Jets make a trade. Yankees have an awesome, leading or near perfect game, and then you blow the lead and you come back and win, and then the Mets lay an egg. Senga chokes. The offense doesn't show up when they need it most. And I get it, they battled. I need more than just battling at this point. And Gio said it, I don't remember when it was. It could have been last week. It could have been earlier this week. Everything is just blurring together doing these overnights. They missed the playoffs. If the Mets miss the playoffs, this is going to be the biggest disappointment. I'm not going to say ever for the Mets because I'm only 35 or 35. I'm 33. I'm losing my mind right now. God bless C-Mac when he does these shows. But in my 33 years, this will be the biggest disappointment in Mets history to me. I know the team in the early 90s, the worst team money can buy, whatever it was. I don't have recollections of that. Those mid-2000 teams, they would have been in the playoffs with this format. This team, with this payroll, with the expectations they had, in the fashion that they are blowing it right now. And listen, a win today and tomorrow I'm going to come back singing their praises. But it just feels like they are gearing up to let us down. And we are somewhere in between, 2021 and 2022 with the way that they're disappointing us. 2021, they were just losing and they choked and they fell on their face. We went into that deadline. We ended up finding out that DeGrom was more hurt than they let on. They go for it with Baez. And, they get swept by the Cubs. Everything falls apart. And then 2022, it was the fashion of they played well. And then they showed that they had no spine. First it was the Oakland series that everyone glosses over because the Braves series was so bad. But then you go to the Braves series and you choke away your hope, and then they're completely lifeless going into the playoffs and get embarrassed by the Padres, and they never got that stench off. It took them until early June last year to shake that. And they have to go out. They have to win tonight, and they have to take 2 out of 3 against the Braves. Because if you go back to Citi Field and you're playing the Phillies and the Boo Birds start early, this team will melt. They will tuck their tails and run. When the going gets tough with this team, they are nowhere to be seen. They are the biggest, and I love a lot of these guys. I love Lindor, who's red hot, and I love Alonso. Soto's been great. And he doesn't actually really count because he just got here. But, Lindor, Alonso, Nimmo, Marte, McNeil, Vientos, Beatty, however long, some of these guys have been here longer than the others, they are the biggest front runners when it comes to things are going well, they're balling. When things go bad, no one's there to be found. And that's where we're at. They're at a crossroads. They have to play a game on a Thursday night in Washington against a team that's 24 games under 500. And it feels like as must-win as a game's been all year. And I hate doing that with baseball. I hate having to sit here and say, oh, this is a must-win game, when there's so many of them. The only time it's must-win is when you're playing a doubleheader at the end of the year, and you got to win one of those games to get in. And to be fair, the one they won, technically not a must-win, because they could have won the second one. And outside of that one day, that first game in that doubleheader, they've had no success against this Braves team. And I thought they would, I thought it was overblown, when they have that series against the Braves, 2 weeks ago? Or a week ago? Sorry. You win the first one 13-5. I'm like, listen, everyone's getting a little too bent out of shape about this Braves team, and it's not the same. This is a bad team. And they start that next day going up 6-0 and then absolutely implode. And they get nothing from their starter. They get nothing from the offense after the 6 runs early. And then the next day, they choke away another lead, and it's like this Braves team is just living in their brain rent-free. Because they didn't play them in July, and in June, they get swept by them. And then they split that home series before getting swept by the Pirates. So sandwiched between two of the most disappointing series of the year. And Senga, for the love of God, can this guy step up once and show some fortitude? When they're struggling and something goes wrong for them. Like today, it was the missed strike call, and it was all downhill from there. 2 starts ago, it was the ground ball he couldn't field, and it was all downhill from there. At some point, you got to buckle down. Look at Devin Williams tonight. Even he was able to bear down and get the job done. It's impossible to get excited. And I tried to. Earlier this week, I was starting to feel it a little bit. I didn't want to get too ahead of myself. And again, if they win tonight, I'm back. I'm back tomorrow. And you guys could call me delusional and call me a homer. But it's so tough with this team to get excited. Last year, it was so easy. And it's a little easier to weather the storm early. I am more positive with my teams and even keel. If you haven't noticed, glass half full kind of guy. And last year when they were down in the dumps, they were 0-5, or the terrible May they had. I was still sitting here like, it's so early. It's not early anymore. I'd rather struggle and start slow than be the team that does this. And for 2.5 months, they've been inconsistent. They've been bad. You win today, you take care of business against the Braves this weekend, who have won 11 of 14. So they're starting to turn it around. But they have their moments. The starting pitching is in shambles. Although they have that guy, his name's like Waldrop. He's in his last 3 starts, he's got under a 1 ERA. So maybe, of course, they found something there. You go take care of business. For the Mets, today you got Minaya. Tomorrow you got McLean. You got Clay Holmes on Saturday. And Peterson on Sunday. And Monday's the big choice. For the Yankees, kick off a massive Red Sox series at home. The Bronx should be crazy. Giolito versus Heel. Very exciting. Coming up next, the warm-up show. I got you for one more night, filling in for C-Mac tomorrow. If you missed any of the show, use the Odyssey app. rewind function. Check me out on X at PicoDay_Gallo, on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. I got you for one more night tomorrow. Al Cintron in next week for CMAC. Hopefully the Mets give us something and the Yankees start off on a good note against the Red Sox. Until tomorrow, I'm Anthony Gallo, and this is The Fan.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, on Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Yankees playing home run derby in Tampa.
Volpe holds. Here's the pitch. Swing on drive to left. Deep to left. Carry.